Hey everyone. Welcome. Welcome. I'd like to. Sorry about that. You would think I would have mastered that by now, right? Just want to be able to see what you guys can see. Okay. So, welcome to. Oh, I'm gonna have to re-edit the title. Welcome to Ahmose, the African Black origin of theater and acting. Okay. Welcome to the Ahmose platform. First of all, I am your curator. I'm the curator of this platform, Shakka-Ahmose, and I'm here to spend some time with you, exposing you, the viewer, to insight that you most likely have never been exposed to, which is pretty much what I'm known for. However, let me say that I think that exposing people, to things just for the sake of exposing them to things that they don't know or have never heard before. If you're doing it just for that reason, I think that it can be kind of meaningless in the long run and do more harm than good, because you're just kind of going for the wow factor. I think that if you're going to expose people to things that they've never encountered before and things that they've never heard before, that first and foremost, it should be, at least relatively speaking, something relevant. I think that that's important. Hopefully the mic didn't pick up the music that I was listening to in my headphones. This broadcasting thing, there's so many things to remember. And I usually like to have a little bit of music playing in my ear. It just kind of centers me and keeps me nice and calm. But however, gotta stop saying but. However, I'm just searching for something that I would normally be listening to right about now. I'm just gonna put it right here. I think this should be good enough. Here we go. That's fine. Okay. Actually, I think that's very fitting. So again, I am the curator of this platform. My name is Shakka-Ahmose, and it's kind of funny when you're on these platforms. It's kind of like being on stage, and I've always had stage fright ever since I was a young person. I've been on stage since I was a child, and the stage fright never leaves. So that might be part of the reason you guys don't see me as much as you maybe perhaps would like to. I can be rather self-conscious. So jumping up in front of a camera and, being visible for public consumption is not really a very easy thing for me. But when it's worth it, it's worth it, and when you choose to sit upon certain seats, you have to take what comes with it. And so for me, broadcasting comes with it. I made it earlier tonight than I normally would. Normally, I'm not up here until midnight, and that's if I broadcast, which is not as often as I should, and not as often as it's going to be. So, I would say you can count on seeing me a bit more regularly here on my platform and on other platforms. I have pretty much an open invitation to grace a number of other platforms. So at the very outset, before I look into the comments and greet you all, let me be forthright and direct about why I've invited you here this evening. As most of you know, I've made it no secret. I am in the long stretch producing a web series, and the name of the web series, the title of the web series, it's called Kimetville. Oh, here we go. Kimetville. This is one of the paraphernalia, one of the apparels, right? Part of this is the apparel. Kemetville. It's the web series. Okay? Make sure you go to Shakka-Ahmose.com to get yours. The link is in the description. The link for everything that I'm going to be talking about this evening is in the description. Okay? At least the relevant links are, the most important links are in the description. So let's see here. Let me just, I don't know, there might be a relevant link that I'm just going to throw in there right now. But for those of you, I'll just keep this on deck. Oops. I'll just keep this on deck. For those of you who would like to gift yourself, I know the holidays are here, and you're going to be looking for gifts. Here you go. Kimetville, right? I cut my sleeves off. It's a regular t-shirt that has sleeves. So when you go to the website, you'll see it there. Just go to Shakka-Ahmose.com and, buy yourself a gift. Buy someone that you know and love a gift. They will love, first of all, they will love being ahead of the crowd. So when everybody else hears about Kemetville later, they can be like, already beat you to it, already there. So, you can be one of the leaders that have the crowd following you instead of the other way around. So you can be a trendsetter, right? So you can go to Kemetville. You can go to Shakka-Ahmose.com. There's a Kemetville.com too, but I haven't set it up yet. Let's go to Shakka-Ahmose.com and grab your official Kemetville t-shirt. Okay. So here I am on I think today is a Saturday evening, right? Yeah, and folks, if you see me squinting, a lot of times people think first of all, I'm not high or anything like that. I don't do drugs. It's the light. My eyes just naturally, I guess it's a form of protection. They don't squint. They just close, I guess. Naturally. Like, I don't even really feel it. I can see perfectly. But my eyes do this even when I'm outside, And the only reason I'm saying is I'm looking at myself on camera right now and I'm like, gee whiz, is that how I appear to people? Oh, well, like I told you, I'm very self-conscious, so I ain't got time to be self-conscious right now. Anyway, let me get to these comments so I can greet you all, and then we can get started with this evening's presentation. Okay? Hey, Jacoby J, welcome. Let's see here. S. Covington, hey, glad to have you. Viral videos, hey. All right, welcome. Big Meezy, welcome. Absolutely, I appreciate it. Absolutely, it's always appreciative. Glad to see you guys. Absolutely. Hey, all right, Covington. Again, welcome. To Kobe, hey. Hell, peace to you. Absolutely, peace to you. Done with it. All right. Hey, I'm back. Absolutely, I'm back. Absolutely. So, here we go. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm here. You know, um, I'm just always putting in work, so you guys might not see me, right? Uh, Here we go. Right? Hey, I love you back, Nikki. Absolutely, 100%. Absolutely. It's what keeps me going. Peace to you. Absolutely, Conquer. Peace to you. And I mean that peace is important. As men, we love peace, right? Absolutely. Hey, how long do I plan on staying tonight? Well, that's a good question. People know sometimes I come up here, I end up on here for 7 hours. Like people know that. Like that's normal for me. 6, 7 hours. I'm not doing that. Those days are over. So I'm just gonna try to get through the presentation, talk about the things that I need to discuss with you guys, to shine a light on what needs to have a light shined on it. And then I'm going to get some rest so I can come back and do this again tomorrow. I really want to develop the strong habit of uh, getting behind my brand and my product, so that, like, one of the things that is indirectly impressed upon me, and it's just something I kind of have to come to my own conclusion about, is that when I'm not here up on this platform, the 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 level of information and insight that I have to offer people, it's just not going to be present online. Now that's a good thing and it's a bad thing. It's a good thing because it puts me in a distinctive light, right? Um and it just, like, it gives my brand greater value. However, the bad thing about it is that, if it's bad, is that when people don't see you, they feel let down. Like they really do. And some people actually take it personal and even get emotional about it, right? Not necessarily in a good way. And I appreciate and I respect that. It's always nice to be missed. Um, so um, as I move forward, I'm always mindful of developing my broadcasting stamina. Okay. Sometimes I think so much, like the level of thinking that I do, it can just make you tired. And so quite often I'm tired. Usually just from thinking, really, um, strategizing, planning, developing, just, all that thinking. And sometimes you just don't want to think. You just want to lie down and just let gravity heal you, rest in its wonderful arms. So, uh, but I'm here, okay? And and I really realized that, especially with the comments that people left on the video I did 2 days ago. Like normally people don't even see me this close back to back. Normally you'll see me and then one day, and then you'll see me maybe a month or so later. But like I said in the last broadcast, um, I don't ever want people to think that they're going to see me on a daily basis, because that's the trade-off with podcasting, right? If you can, this is not an official podcasting. I guess to be a podcast, you have to, I maybe perhaps be linked up to other things so that people can purchase your podcast or something. And then you have to have those cool podcast mics with all the pretty lights in the back. I ain't got time for all of that, right? So the way I feel is, if I'm online every day, I can't be in the field, in the arena, in the real arena in which I operate, to bring you the kind of things that I have on the way to come to you with. And tonight is kind of like a precursor. It's like it's me priming your minds to understand the value of the things that, like Kemetville, that I'm going to be bringing to you. Right? So I think one of the greatest things that any proprietor can do is to educate his or her clientele. Right? So that's what I'm here to do tonight, to educate you. this evening about theater and acting, and how it literally does have an African origin that very few, if any, people of African descent even know about. And when you do the kind of research that I do, it can really, really grind your bones, so to speak. It can really, really be disturbing to know how much people of African descent do not know about their place of origin. And when you don't know about your place of origin, you are always going to have a very limited vision of yourself. Always. Always. Okay? And this is why it's so important. Let's just use, just as an example, let's use the state of Israel. Aside from all of the politics and all of the, unfortunate things unfolding in that region, look at what they went through and sacrificed in order to establish a comfort zone where they could allow their own cultural identity to flourish. It doesn't matter whether or not if you consider them real Jews or real Hebrews or real Israel. Those things don't matter in the big picture. In the big picture, what we can say is that there's a contingency of people, a demographic, a group of people who, the most important thing about being the chosen people is when you choose yourself. They chose themselves to be the chosen people. And as such, they've invested heavily and got the world to invest in their cultural identity, which they position to be grounded in an quasi-historical narrative. Doesn't matter if the narrative is true or not. But what I am saying is that of the many purposes and reasons that that state was brought into existence, part of the reason, an essential part of the reason, or even if it's a superficial part of the reason, it's still part of the reason that it exists, the nature of it and how it exists, has to do with self-determination and identity and reconnecting, right? For a lot of people, it's not, and many times it's an imaginary reconnecting. But if an imaginary reconnecting can produce those kind of results, then what can a real, authentic reconnecting accomplish? And that's the question that we have to ask ourselves on one hand and answer on the other. Okay? We all grew up, most of us here in the West at least, and even in other countries, there's so many, the West has been so dominant for so long via colonialism and economic imposition. The West has been dominant for so long that even other people have grown up with Western traditions. You have people all throughout Africa who celebrate Thanksgiving, right? People all over the world who celebrate Christmas, right? And a Western version of Christmas, right? Because there are many places in the East and other places that don't celebrate the birthday of their cultic figure, the Christ. They don't celebrate it December 25th. They celebrate it, some of them in January, some of them even in March. You understand? So, but so many people opt for the Western canon, the Western version. So because of that, so many of us here and elsewhere as well, as I just mentioned, we grew up with, especially around this season and this holiday season, we grew up with the inundation of Christmas narratives, right? And at the center of the Christmas narrative is the birth of Christ. Okay? And that is only as important in as much as it relates to his much purported resurrection. So you can't really, one part of the story doesn't matter if the other part of the story doesn't matter. You understand what I'm saying? So we're not going to disconnect his birth from his resurrection. This is important, and you'll see why I'm talking about this, right? Because a key part of his resurrection story is the night before the resurrection, the evening before the resurrection. Oh, forgive me, the evening before the crucifixion. Okay? A key part of his resurrection story is the evening before his crucifixion. And Mel Gibson gave you conventionally the most modern portrayal of that final day or that final night before the resurrection. He gave it to you in his cinematic magnum opus, if you will, The Passion of Christ. Okay? Now, most people don't know why it's called The Passion of Christ. Okay? And before I get into why it's called The Passion of Christ, I'm going to divert to the comments so I can continue to greet you all. And if I forget what the last thing was that I was talking about, which is why it's called The Passion of Christ, remind me in the comments when I get started again. Okay, so let me look. Okay. Let's see. All right. Hey, I'm excited to be here. Absolutely, Big Meaty. Absolutely, I'm excited to be here. All right, peace done with it. Right? No question about it. I'm here. That's Hotep Johnny. Absolutely. I love this one. I really do. I know I showed that before, but I really appreciate it. Okay. Let's see here. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Just trying to stay on brand. It's a job, so that's all I'm doing. Staying on brand. Okay. Okay, we saw that again. I just shaved my eyebrows to Shakka. Okay. All right. I'm not sure what that means. Okay. I hope you enjoy it. Oh man, don't tell me that. I love Persimmons. Are you kidding me? I love Persimmons. Absolutely. I'm listening to what some might call classical music, new age music. It's actually some of the music from the Kemetville Web Series. That's why I'm playing it, because I'm really just training myself to be on brand in a concentrated way when I'm delivering, right? So let's get through this. Here we go. Disclaimer. Where I'm located, don't ask me why, but ever since I returned to this locale, it's come to my attention that the internet is not what it used to be. So at any given point, I might be kicked off of Wi-Fi. If I'm kicked off of Wi-Fi, don't panic. I'll just do what I have to do to get back in, and we will continue where we left off. Okay? It's one of the technological pitfalls that we have to confront these days. Okay? Tony Hotep. Absolutely. Oh, well, I appreciate that very much so. Hey, absolutely, Nikki. I appreciate that very much. Okay. Hotep Tyrone. Hey, what's up? All right. West Side in the house. West Side. All right. Okay. Man. Oh. Oh. Well, okay. Well, I'm glad. That's good. Here we go. Right? Okay, you became a mod on Sunday the Studio, the show that featured me. It's still featuring me from what I hear. Cool. All right, wonderful. That's wonderful. Shout out to my brother. Okay. All right. Okay, here we go. And this is, I'm gonna ask you a question about the guy that came on another platform and claimed to be the comforter. Okay. Let's see. Peace and blessings to you. I appreciate you, Calabos. Right. Oh, shout out to my London people. Absolutely. Hotep Uncle Justin. Absolutely. Shout out to my London people. Right? Hey, Jojo Hotep. Here we go. Yeah, he's back. Much to the chagrin of many, I'm sure. Here we go. Oh, they're really messing up people's eyesight. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, these things. Are you? Yeah, I even have. I have the blue blockers. So these things, I love these because I no longer get migraines. So I really appreciate these. Right? Now what the heck? Why not leave them on? Okay. So hey, shout out to Milwaukee. All right, Caprice, appreciate you. Caprice Rosenberg. Hey. Okay. All right. Jason Lynn, Hotep. Absolutely. Hey, you stopped celebrating Christmas years ago. I love Christmas season. I really do. Like, I don't even have any issues with the whole Christ story. It's once you understand it and you really understand the story behind the story, you don't really have any issues with it. You just realize that it's another iteration and interpretation that's meant for another demographic. And I try not to be resentful that that so many who come out of the rubrics of the original narrative have been indoctrinated into the last iteration, right? So you're going to be mad at that? You can't be mad at that. That's like people who once believed that the world was flat. I know they still exist, but this is go back to a period where like the majority of humanity, at least European humanity, believed that, and that's not even the majority of humanity, so I'm not going to even say the majority, but let's go back to a time when the majority of Europeans believed that the world was flat, and then them being mad and upset at people who postulate that it's round and that it's spherical, right? Like there are other things to be mad at. And that's how I look at, like, I used to hold a lot of resentment towards people who subscribe to, now the people who, I'm not going to say I hold resentment for them, but the people who still, I guess, garner my attention are those people who are exposed to the facts, exposed to the truth. They subscribe to the truth and the facts throughout the years, and then at a period in their life, they decide to plug back into the matrix for their own psychological comfort zone. That trips me out. That trips me out. And it's a scary thing to me to think that I would ever do something like that. That's something that scares me. Right? To turn your back on the truth and to turn your back on what you know to be true by virtue of being exposed to the evidence. Well, that's a crime. That's a kind of a crime to me. It's a crime against yourself. So, yeah, and there are people that do it. So, hey, all right. Absolutely, Duane, I appreciate you. Absolutely, I appreciate you. Okay. So, hey, shout out to my people in Dallas. That's what's up. Okay. Yeah, that's real truth. There are many people who have who know the truth, who plug back into the Matrix. Like when you see that in the film, The Matrix, you think it's just a film thing, but it's not. It's a real life thing. There are people who get exposed to the truth and exposed to the facts, the historical data, the historical record, the primary evidence, and they see these things speaking for themselves. The stone literally speaking, telling you its story and its narrative, with all of the documentation in the world attesting to the facts thereof. And then for some reason, people become, and I hate to say this, I know I shouldn't say this, I'm gonna get in trouble for it, but I find that most of the people that do that outside of pastors are women. Females tend to do that. And it's usually predicated on who they're in a relationship with. So if she's in a relationship with a Muslim, she will become Muslim. If she's in a relationship with a Christian, she will become Christian. If she's in a relationship with a Kemetic spiritualist, she will pursue that. And I've seen it with my own two eyes as a pattern over and over again with multiple persons who don't even know one another. And so once I saw that, I was just like, to me, that's a scary thing. I can't profess something, or maybe you can profess something, right? Maybe that's okay. Maybe there's nothing wrong with that. I don't know. I can't do it. I couldn't do it. But maybe there's nothing wrong with that. I have to look at it, maybe explore that some more. Hotep done now. I appreciate you. Okay. So I've got 43 people in here. I'd like to have 443 people in here, but I can't really complain because I haven't really been broadcasting like that. So, but you know what they say? It's not about whether or not if you have 443 people in here. It's better to have 10 or 20 of the right people in here than it is to have 1,000 of just everybody. You understand? So, yeah. Trust me, that line doesn't come from the Matrix. It might have been in Matrix, but it's far older than the Matrix, right? So, well, we're almost up to 50 people. And for those who miss it, they could come back and watch it later. I know a lot of people tend to watch me. I don't really leave much of my old things up because I'm so self-critical. I will do a live and then take it down or put it on private because I said something that I didn't want to say or didn't mean to say, or I don't know. I might have, me, my self-conscious self. So, but in any event, let's get started. I just wanted to do a little bit of banter. I just wanted to do a little bit of banter. Oh, forgive me. From now on in the future, I'll do one of these. I'm still here. That way I'm not being rude when I'm drinking. Okay. I'd like to know your opinion on the current state of the world, especially in Palestine and Israel occupation. Now we have more sources confirming that APAC has been firing. I would like to officials, this is something that is directly impacting our communities here in the U.S., for example. Well, a lot of people have asked me about the whole Palestine-Israel thing, and I'm not going to go too deep into it because it's not what I'm here to discuss. This is what I will say. I'm a historian. I have followed the historical timeline of the back and forth between Palestine and Israel from its inception. including the precursor conflicts that led up to the 1948 war. Okay, I'm familiar with the Lehigh Gang. I'm familiar with Cam Weissman. I'm familiar with many of the precedents that preceded the state of Israel and what led to it and how it unfolded. So as a person of African descent in the West, we all know that we are pretty sensitive to things that are related to colonialism and settler colonies. And so for a long period of time, I held the same perspective that many others hold concerning Israel as an illegal state, as a settler colony, and all these other things. And I held that perspective for a long time. And it wasn't until very recently when I actually started listening to Palestinians talk about it. If you take the time to listen to actual Palestinians, including many who are the children of Hamas, who may or may not, well, there are Palestinians actually. In fact, one of the children of the founder of Hamas, he's been making his rounds. But there are others. There are many others who are of Arab ethnicity. You would think automatically that they would be on the side of Palestine. But the more I've been taking time to listen to them, because most people don't listen. Most people go with their emotion and what they think they already know. The more I listen to what they have to say, I would say that the so-called guilt of Israel is not as cut and dry as many people would like to think that it is. In some context, in some fundamental ways, yes, the very existence of Israel has a lot of attendant questions to it that remain unaddressed for political and for geopolitical reasons. That aside, when you're talking about grievances on the ground, that's a different thing because people still have day-to-day realities to contend with. When you listen to what many of the Palestinians are saying, I would say at this point, don't be so quick to throw Israel under the bus. That's all I'm going to say. And I know that that's an unpopular perspective to take because that's not the it's not the revolutionary narrative to undersign, but I'm always going to give deference to the people who are on the ground. To those people who should be aggrieved, I'm going to listen to them because I'm not there. Right? Now, that's one part of it. The other part of it is this, and this is I think for me, this is a greater narrative concerning the Israel-Palestine debacle. And that is, as a person of African descent, remember I said everything is context. So let me just say this. As an American, because I am an American, I'm born and raised in America. I'm an American African. And as such, I don't want this government doing things or supporting things in my name as an American that we as Americans, the majority of us may or may not agree with. But there are so many of us, like myself, who are really tuned out to governmental, because we understand the reality of the disconnect between governments and peoples, right? The relationship between governments and people is an illusory one. It's a delusional and an illusory one, right? Governments are an entity unto themselves. They are their own community, okay? Heads of states of governments have more in common with one another than any of them do with the people that they govern. And this is a fact, okay? So because of that, I understand that the government is not my community, right? So as such, I don't divert my energy to what they do or don't, right? Like most people, I'm attempting to capitalize on my time, energy, efforts, and resources to fulfill my goals, okay? Which I think can have an impact on those persons and communities and demographics that I care about. So, so in saying that, as a person of African descent, is the Israel or the Palestine-Israel affair has no priority in my life. It really has very little significance to me. If I'm going to play the empathy game, if I'm going to play the sympathy and the empathy game, so to speak, and I put game in quotations because I don't think human suffering is a game. You know, they say charity begins at home. So as a person of African descent, I'm going to look at when I say home in quotation marks, I'm talking about the continent of Africa. Why should I place the suffering of Palestinians over the suffering of the Sudanese in South Sudan? Why should I place the suffering of the Palestinians over our people in the Congo, in the Democratic Republic of the Congo? Why should I place the suffering of other people over my own racial demographic? Because I'm a race realist myself, right? Meaning that I subscribe to the realities of race. It doesn't mean that all Arabs stick together. It doesn't mean that all Africans stick together. But if I'm going to look for where I'm going to prioritize healing, prioritizing healing is going to be in my own, first of all, within my own four walls, and then the extension of those four walls. And idealistically, the extension of my four walls culturally and racially are going to, at some point, ultimately lead back to Africa. Okay? And so I'm looking at suffering in Africa, at systemic suffering, at suffering that most people are okay with as long as they can get their iPhones, as long as they can, live high on the hog. So, yeah, free the Congo and free Sudan. It's that simple. People, I appreciate that. Thank you, OGs. Yeah, absolutely. Peace, RPM. Right? So, yeah, you're welcome, Creator Record. Quite a few people invited me onto their platforms to speak about it, and I declined. I was like, I really just didn't want to. Because I thought I would be giving it. No, they definitely you said you don't think one comes above the other, and they're all connected. No, I don't think that interconnected though they may be, that does not preclude prioritizing. Just because things are interconnected does not mean that one should not prioritize. Right? There are many things that are interconnected throughout my day, but I still have to prioritize and say, well, this is where I'm going to put the majority of my resources because this is most pressing and has the greater gravitas attached to it. So with respect to that, let me use a verse from the Bible, which I rarely do because I'm not a Bible believer. Then I'm going to move on because I don't want to get stuck on this subject. I'm not here to talk about that, even though I'm talking about it. Well, all right. So look, he said, if it were not for the attention to Palestine, I would never know about the Congo or Sudan. Yeah, that's more of a reflection on your own ignorance and your own poor research. There are many of us that don't need to hear about Palestine to know about what's going on in Africa. Many of us have been observing the African issues for 30 years plus. Right? What's been going on in the Sudan is not new. It's nothing new. but it doesn't mean that it's any less severe. What the Arabs in the Sudan have done to the indigenous Africans of that region is genocide, period. You can't call it anything else, right? What has happened in the Congo, a man did something to himself recently, and I'm not going to mention it. A man did something to himself recently on public television in the Congo to bring attention to the problem in the world because it's that bad. He engaged in self-immolation. And if you don't know what that is, look it up. It's that bad. There are certain hellholes on this earth that many people don't know about because they don't want to know about it. They don't care about global affairs. They don't care about places that they feel they have no direct connection to. And so, but then there are those who have a global perspective, a global attention, an international attention. And depending on what your values are and what your politics are and your ideology is, you're going to sympathize with. It's kind of like if you ask a Jewish person anywhere in this world, what is more important to them, the safety of Israel or the safety of the Congo and the Sudan? Of course, they're going to say Israel first. It's only a misconceptualized black person that would think that we shouldn't prioritize those places where people who look like us are suffering basically because they look like us. And people you have to remember, our appearance, our phenotype has been appropriated to the point that it has been weaponized against us in the context of image and adverse marketing, smear campaigns and things of that nature. So, these things are complex and I don't want to go into it, but we could talk about it some other times. So, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I respect your ability to appreciate that, right? Take your time, do your research, study, and learn. And the more that you do, the more that you'll see that there's a lot more that's been going on in the world for a long time that could maybe use a little bit of your help. That's it, right? So with that said, we've got, we went from 48 to 58. Okay, not bad. All right. I bet you by the time we get to the good part of the presentation, that's when we'll be closer to 100. So they will have to rewatch it in order to get the full presentation. So with that said, guess what's about to happen, people? We are about to head over to the presentation itself. So let's see here. And I'm showing you this in the beginning because gee whiz. Well, hold on a second. So I'm attempting to share my screen, but my camera situations, press Shift +6. My camera situation, now I don't know why, my camera situation is not letting me share my screen. Oh, I know why. Okay. You got to remember, guys, it's been a long time since I've been broadcasting. So, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, you're more than welcome, Creative Records. I'm about to let you express, I'm about to help you and assist you in, let's see. Hold on. StreamYard Studio in. Hold on a second. I have to remember how to do this, people. All right. Select Windows screen. What is in? What is this? No. Oh, this sucks. Are you telling me that they changed it? Like, I'm trying to shift over to the direct page. Hold on one second. Or maybe I have it in the wrong thing. Hold on one second. I'm going to try this again. Hold on. Let me try this again. Your browser's blocked your screen. Click the screen icon in your address bar. Click the screen icon in my address bar. Well, what the heck is the screen icon? That's the camera icon. Like, there is no screen. I don't know why they had to go out of their way to make this more complicated. That's one thing I hate about technology. Click the screen icon in your address bar to allow access. There is no screen icon in my address bar, you retards. Permission for StreamYard.com. Use the camera allowed. Use microphone allowed. Of course, I can use allowed. Everything's allowed. So, whatever. Okay. And I have no idea why they... I don't know. It's stupid. The video is... Oh. Oops. Okay. Whatever. All right. Let's see. Let me try this again. Why is it showing slides? Oh. Slide your computer. Oh my gosh. Okay. So they switched things up here in StreamYard, and it's been a minute since I've been on here that everything is different now. And I'm wondering, I'm like, why can't I just click over to the exact window that I want to? And it seems like that feature is gone. Like, it's so stupid. It's like, are you serious? They got rid of that? Like, that's the main reason that I love StreamYard. So they don't give me the option of going over to a particular window. It's so strange, right? See your screen and okay. So if I click that, so I got to experiment right now, people. Terribly sorry. So okay, all right, okay. So stop screen. Here we go. All right. Eventually, I'm gonna have to go back and make sure there was no sensitive information on what you just saw. Not that I'm really tripping on that, but you never know, right? No, it's just what you just saw with the same stuff that I basically have in my description. So you just saw it in my text edit. That's all. Yeah. So that's it. I'm just wondering why they did this. It's just so they really, really did a crappy job with this. I want to share my screen, and it's not allowing me to. It's not allowing me to pick. That really sucks. Okay, so I have to go to entire screen. All visible windows on your screen will be shared. Wow. So now I have to see. That makes no sense. It just makes no sense. It won't allow me. Hold on, let me see something. Oh, I can't even do that. So what's going on with my YouTube? That I already yeah, unfortunately, I had to figure all this stuff out in real time, people. And wow. StreamYard officially sucks. Okay, so it does show that. All right, that's cool. I could do that. That's cool. I can come here and you could see me. It just really, really sucks. So anyway, let me go to I'm sorry guys, this is really just blowing my mind. I cannot believe that they took away the option to allow you to share your screens. This is crazy. Why would they do this? Like, it's just really like blowing my mind like they did this. I don't know what possessed StreamYard to take away the ability for people to share individual windows. That's why I left Zoom and came to StreamYard, because they gave me the option of sharing. They gave me the option of sharing. I don't care. They gave me the option of sharing individual screens so that I could show you the presentation and see it with you here in the studio. But they've done away with that feature, which is so stupid. Unbelievably stupid. Okay, well, anyway, you know what? Before I no, I'm not doing that. Yeah, folks, I can honestly, officially say StreamYard now sucks. Yeah. StreamYard, I hope you're listening and I hope you're watching. You suck big time. Like, big time. You suck. Like, I don't even want to do this. They're not even letting me cancel. Right? Like, no, I don't want to do this. So cancel. Right? But they're not even letting me cancel. Yeah. StreamYard officially sucks. Just putting that out there. Just so that you know, people, StreamYard officially sucks. So, see, normally I would be able to see my window like this while being able to see myself, but I can no longer do that. You know? Unbelievable that they did this. StreamYard officially sucks. Oh, well, anyway, the reason I have this on the screen, let me get started. It sucks. You can no longer see yourself. You can no longer, like, normally I'd be able to come right here and see my presentation in the window. I can no longer do that. You know, remove from stage, full screen layout. That's crazy. I can't come here and see my presentation while I'm on. What is this? Same thing. Edit name, stop screen, full screen layout, Shakka-Ahmose. Yeah, man, they really, really suck. StreamYard, you officially suck. Present, stop screen. Okay, well, anyway, y'all know what I have to do before before we see what I'm saying? Like, I can't even do anything on camera now because everything is they suck. Yeah, I'll probably be coming back here on Zoom. I won't be using StreamYard anymore after this. So but in any event, okay, anyway, let's get started. Now, truthfully speaking, I don't know how you even saw that, because this StreamYard thing is so messed up. I probably should have stopped sharing my screen when I did that. So just in case it wasn't shown properly, I'm going to give it one more spin around the block. Here we go, folks. So hey, I'm back, right? Welcome, folks. So yeah, the way StreamYard was set up before, yeah, absolutely. Hey, what's up, Disturbed Shaggy? He said he's 21. And when they change anything about YouTube, I feel the exact same way. I'm also the Gemini, so it has something to do with it. Hey, my fellow Gemini, absolutely. Right? Absolutely. I'm a Gemini as well. I don't know if you knew that, but I'm a Gemini as well. And yeah, it just took away a certain amount of freedom and control that one is accustomed to when they come on this platform. I'm accustomed to being able to go to present, right? Share screen. And normally it'll give you your options of windows that are open that you want to share with the public. And it doesn't do that anymore. Now it just gives you two choices. StreamYard Studio. This is retarded. StreamYard Studio or entire screen. That's it. Who was the retarded genius that decided to take away the ability for us to be able to display various windows on camera while being able to look at the main camera here in the studio? Like, you would have to be on mushrooms to do that. Oh, I'll tell you why I think they did it. Anytime you want to get to the bottom of something stupid. And then the other thing is, they don't even allow you to get rid of this prompt on the screen that comes down when you're looking for this stuff. Normally there should be something there that says cancel. Fucking idiots, man. These people are top of the line idiots. I forgot who was that. Tech people who design this stuff, they are bored. They are idiots. Take my word for it. Okay. Now, they're doing that probably because it's probably because they want you to purchase something. They're like, oh, you want to be able to share the rest of your screens? Purchase upgrade. That's what they want you to do, right? Yeah. Seems like StreamYard does not want to share the mic either. It actually used to share this fine. Yeah, so StreamYard is about StreamYard is about to go out of business. Take my word for it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Kareem said it. Yeah, absolutely. They might get you to buy some premium package. Yeah. So why don't they just say that? You know? These people are idiots. They are official idiots. I said it. Right? And for those of you who haven't seen the trailer for Kimetville, just the trailer for Kimetville, not for the short film that I just completed, which I'll be talking about later, but there is a trailer for Kemetville, the web series. It's just an intro trailer for proof of concept to let people see it. I haven't shown it in a minute, so I will show it to you now to take a look at it. So that's the intro trailer for Kemetville, the web series. And we start filming to that. Oh, switch to OBS, huh? Yeah, open broadcast system. I actually have OBS. I rarely use it. Try to make this. Yeah, I rarely use it. So with that said, it's just going to be so awkward doing this because I don't really know what you guys are seeing when I do this. But we're going to start. Okay. We're going to go here. Man, freaking let's see. He's at that. Okay, share screen, slides. Dear StreamYard, you suck. Now they only give you two options. You could share on your screen, you could share just your studio, like everything I'm seeing behind the scenes right now, or just your entire screen, and that's it. It's like somebody always trying to stick you up for something, you know? Always trying to stick you up for something. So I'm going to be over here while I'm teaching, okay? Here we go. I may move myself down here so that the screen can be bigger, all right? And so here we go. I'm going to put this on presentation mode. And mind you, I have no idea what you're seeing when it looks like this because these people have made it impossible for us to see. So basically, you're flying blind, okay? Oh, I know what I can do, though. I can stop it, go over to YouTube and see what it looks like. Hold on. Come on, YouTube, go ahead. Oh, okay. So let me see. Hold on one second. Let me see what YouTube is doing. Yeah, these people are just... All right. Presentation mode. Okay, great. All right, it works. Okay, cool. I can see it. It works. Okay. So, I have no idea what you guys just saw. I literally have no idea. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you appreciate the. Thank you, Glenn the Truth. I'm glad you appreciate the trailer, right? Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. One of the things that I want Black people to get in the habit of is stop using the word Egypt so much when you're talking about the historical nature of the place. That's how they get you in the brain. Okay, that's how they get you. It's part of, they colonize your mind by getting you to use incorrect words that favor their false narrative. Okay, what we're talking about is Kemet, Tameri, Tawi. Kemet, the Black country. Tawi, the two lands. Tameri, the beloved land. Okay, so those are the terms that we use. Egypt is a much later state of affairs. Egypt is something that comes after Kemet. Okay, the Egyptians basically, hell, thank you so much, MJ22. The location is Kemet. You want to know what the location is? That's the location right there. Kemet, right? So Freddie, I appreciate that. Oh, thank you so much. Blessings to you as well. So let me take these off for a second. So let's get back to it. Let's get to talking about what we're here for, which is the presentation. So I'm gonna present. I'm going to Share screen. Now that I'm getting used to it, I'm not even tripping on it anymore. I'm just like, you suck, StreamYard. Okay. So we're going to allow. There we go. And here we go. We are in. Let's do this, people. So basically, the reason I have this here first is that a lot of times people want to show their gratitude and make their contributions. And I ask people normally not to use Super Chat because YouTube takes the majority of that, and we don't see it for 3 months. You have to wait 90 days just to even see that contribution. So I just ask people to go to my Cash App, $Shakka-Ahmose, pretty simple. And the link for the Cash App is in the description. And I welcome your appreciation. It makes the difference. Okay. It makes Kemetville possible, as well as the other things that I have coming your way. Okay. Just as you going to the website and purchasing the material that we have. So here we are. We are getting started with the presentation. I tried to wait to see how many people came in. Or they didn't even let this. Oh man, they really suck. They didn't even let you get rid of the "you are sharing your screen" sign. Okay. So anyway, Kemetville, the web series, is being produced by a production company that I started, and it's called, the name of the production company is very important. In Kemet, in Africa, period, everything begins with the proper name. And so I chose the name of my production company to be Frey Productions. Now, if you're smart, you should ask me, Shakka, why did you choose that name? Okay? So I want everybody to put that question in the queue, all right, in the chat. I want to see how many people are paying attention. Ask me, why did you choose that name? So you got to put, why did you choose that name? And when I've seen enough people put that in the chat, I'm going to answer the question and you will learn something. Okay? So, Shakka, why did you choose this name, Frey Productions? Okay? I want to see how many people want to know the answer to that question, because that's why we're here. We're going to talk about the African origin of theater and acting. You need to ask me this question. Why did you choose the name Frey Productions? Okay? So, while I'm waiting to get the answer to that question, I'm going to hit escape. I'm going to come back here to the chat. Okay. All right. Wonderful. All right. Chad Megasys said, let us know. Oh, love from Ethiopia, Denestali. Right? Let us know. Absolutely. Okay. Why did you choose that name? Thank you so much, Kareem. Thank you for asking. Y'all know I require participation to make sure I'm not just whistling Dixie and hey, why did you choose that name? Excellent, absolutely. So let's see what Jojo the Don said. Here we go. Right. So Eternal Frey, also Eternal Fet, was an ancient Egyptian treasure of the 12th dynasty under King Sinwozret III until the early years of Amenemhat III. Okay, that's a good tidbit to know, but that doesn't explain why I chose the name. Right? It tells you who Eternal Frey was, but it doesn't tell you why I chose the name. So let's go back to why I chose the name. Stop screen. Oh, I didn't even stop. I got to remember when I come here to do this, right? I have to remember that when I come here now to actually stop to presenting. So here we go. I'm going to show you why I chose that name. I wanted the name to be something meaningful, right? Here we go. So that you can learn every time you use the name. And don't forget that name, Eternal Frey. Okay? Here we go. Entire screen. Here we go. Nehem. Anytime you hear me say Nehem, that means thank you for the contribution that was just made. So we're gonna go to allow, and we're back in. So let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it, people. Okay, we're back in. And I'm going to hit presentation mode. Here we go. Why did I choose Eternal Frey? Well, the title of this presentation is The African or Black Origin of Theater and Acting. The Eternal Frey Stella. So this Stella right here is called the Eternal Frey Stella. This is what it looks like as a basalt relief. This is what it looks like when the outlines have been drawn in. Everything that you cannot see here clearly is drawn for you here by the Egyptologists and the archaeologists who did the research, okay, the primary research, okay, or most likely it may have been the epigraphist who did this, right, epigraphers who did this. So those are people who study writing, okay, particularly early writing, okay. So this stela dates from the 2nd millennium BCE, okay, the 2nd millennium BCE, and it comes from Africa, Tawi, Tameri, or Kemet, okay. This is where this comes from, particularly, right, that region of Africa, what is today Africa. Now, this is, you know, I always show my sources, right, because you have many people who are on social media pretending to teach you something about ancient Kemet, and they're not really teaching you much. They're just basically regurgitating a lot of pop ideas and things that are not really borne out in the historical record. You know, when you don't have to prove something, it's very easy to say anything. I don't play those kind of games. So here you have, this is a university paper that was published actually in a university journal known as Studia Antiqua. It's a student journal, right? It's a student journal for the study of the ancient world. And it comes out of Brigham Young University. You see the BYU at the top. Okay, so this is a journal paper that we're looking at. All right. And the person who wrote it is this young lady, Naomi L. Gunnels. Naomi L. Gunnels is a senior in international studies, minoring in ancient Near Eastern studies. Graduating in December 2003, she hopes to enter the field of Egyptology or government analysis. She's actually working in India now, helping women become entrepreneurs. But what I'm interested in is her scholarship that she did while she was at Brigham Young University. Like I tell you, if people are not bringing you university level knowledge, leave them alone. They're wasting your time, and they're just, you know, they're basically just playing a game called Look at Me. They're not really teaching you anything. Okay? The title of her paper that she wrote is called The Eternal Frey Stella as Theater, a Cross-Cultural Comparison. Now, that's very important. Okay? This is from the journals at Brigham Young University Scholars Archive. So this is real scholarship that I'm introducing you to this evening. This, again, is the Eternal Frey Stella. Okay? Here you have it in its original relief. Here you have the outlines drawn out. This is what's on it. Okay? So just so that you could see what this is. And this Stella is telling you a story. It's telling you about something that has taken place, right? And that's what we're going to look at. So here we are into the journal paper. The Eternal Frey Stella as Theater. So let's be very clear. We're talking about a stone that comes from Africa, that comes from ancient Kemet, the Black Country, the two lands, the beloved land, Tameri, Tawi, Kemet. Okay? And rather than me continue this running my mouth, I'll let her scholarship do the talking from here on out moving forward. Every now and then, I'm sure I'll stop to remind people of something that needs to be reminded of. So let's go. Eternal Frey, a high-ranking vizier under Sinmosret III, circa 1850 BCE, that's the 2nd millennium BCE for those of you who don't know, he erected this elegant stela near the great temple of Osiris at Abydos. And it's very important because the temple of Osiris at Abydos had the same significance as um as the mosque in Mecca, or the Kaaba in Mecca. Okay, so the Kaaba in Mecca is supposed to be the most sacred site in Islam. Well, in ancient Kemetic cosmology, if you will, um, the temple of Osiris at Abydos was their most sacred place. So Mecca was not the first sacred place that people made pilgrimage to. In fact, the temple of Osiris at Abydos is actually the earliest known uh, sacred place where people would make pilgrimage to. Okay. Uh, Eternal Frey placed in the temple in order to share in temple offerings. So he placed it. He placed the bas relief in the temple in order to share in temple offerings after his death. He chose the more expensive basalt because it would last longer than the usual softer limestone. His discriminating taste is shown by the high level of artistry in the design. This paper is an interest to discover if ancient Egypt had theater. Sets out, to me read that again. This paper, in an interest to discover if ancient Egypt had theater, sets out to define theater. This is very important. It sets out to define theater and then use its definitions to compare an ancient Egyptian text called the Eternal Frey Stella to the medieval cycle plays. Now, most of you will probably know nothing about the medieval cycle plays. I'm just wondering what happened to certain pages that I had available for this presentation that I no longer see. So I'm just wondering what happened. I'm also wondering why it's taking so long for these pages to load in PowerPoint. So nothing is working the way it used to work. When I come back here, most likely I will not be using StreamYard anymore because they made it very clear that they're no longer on the team. So yeah, okay, whatever. There were some things I got rid of. I'm assuming. So, okay, so here we go. So this is a course. And I'm gonna check from time to time to make sure I'm still connected to you guys. Just in case this goes out, I need to know that. Okay, here we go. All right. Yeah, absolutely. It is very interesting. Absolutely. And salute to you, or talk to this history. You're gonna appreciate what you're gonna learn here. Okay. So here we go. We're going back to the screen. Here we go. Select window or screen. Well, I would if you let me. Bunch of losers. Only share screen with sites you trust. Sharing can allow deceptive sites. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, they're definitely trying to hit people up for money. Okay. No doubt about it. So let's get back to it. Here we go. All right. So what are the cycle plays? Right? They're comparing this ancient Egyptian text to the medieval cycle plays in order to determine whether or not if ancient Egypt had theater, or if Kemet properly had theater. Throughout the paper, similarities are brought to light, showing that these two events are easily put into the same category. As the cycle plays are considered theater, the Eternal Frey Stella may also be considered such. Now, pay attention. I'm going to read this and I'm going to break it down for you what she's saying. The beginning of the Western tradition of theater is traditionally dated from the Athenian festivals of Dionysus in the 6th and 5th centuries BC. Our notions, now pay attention, our notions of drama, acting, physical theater space, costume, mask, and the relation between actors and audience can be said to stem from these festivals, their rites, and ceremonies. So let's stop right there. Okay? I'm going to come here and I'm going to stop my screen. Let me break down what I just read to you. What this means is that if you go to university in America, in Europe, right? If you go to university in America, in Europe, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. That really makes a difference. Go say hello to the Cash App, right? So, but I'm serious. Go say hello to the Cash App. But I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. That matters more to me. That you're learning. If you go to university, if you're in Brigham Young University, if you're in Harvard, if you're in Yale, if you're in Oxford, if you're in Cambridge, if you're at Cornell University, if you're at Hunter College, if you're at NYU, if you're wherever you are, Dartmouth, Duke University, Florida International, if you're studying the history of theater, they're going to tell you that theater proper, everything that we think of when we see a film, which is nothing but a form of theater, everything that we think of when we see a film, the only difference between theater and film is the editing process. That's it. With editing and film, you don't have to capture the story in sequential order. You can capture it as you need it and then put it all together in editing. In theater, things unfold sequentially. That's the only difference. Other than that, they're the same thing. Okay, same purpose, which is to tell a story using actors, costumes, and all of the things that we associate with what? Hollywood. Okay? Now, what you are going to find is, happy birthday, TG. What you are going to find is that when you go to the university, they're going to tell you that these things that we define as theater, that people are awarded for every year during the Oscars, the majority of them white. In 100 years, 96 people, no, 94 people. In 100 years, 94 people who received the Best Actors Award. In 100 years, 94 people who received the Best Actors Award at the Oscars were white people. That means only 6 of them were black. 6 out of 100. The other 94. Now, if you don't understand the disparity between those numbers, then you are in denial about what white supremacy is, as it is expressed in the arena of acting. Okay? In 100 years, 6 black people, and they would tell you should be grateful for that. Well, to a degree, I would agree with them. You know why? Because it's their institution. They can award who they want. As long as black people are always trying to be a part of someone else's thing, you got to take what you get when you want to be a stepchild at the table. But and that's the other side of the coin. You can't just sit there and say, oh, white supremacy, white supremacy, white supremacy, because then you're trying to absolve yourself of your own responsibility to do your own thing so that you don't have to complain about white people not including you. Jada Pinkett, Will Smith, and everybody else who had their issue with the Oscars. But the feather in Jada's cap, and I'm going to talk about this at some other time, some future point. People really didn't understand what that slap at the Oscars was all about when it came to Will Smith smacking Chris Rock. There was a lot of racial issues involved with that nobody spoke about. because, well, most people are stupid. And that's just the truth of the matter, right? Just to break it down for you very briefly, while people are on their destroy Will Smith rant, right? Let me tell you why Will Smith slapped Chris Rock. Many people forget that either the year prior or a few years prior, I forget when it was, when Jada Pinkett called for Black Hollywood to boycott the Oscars. Now remember, she didn't only call for them to boycott the Oscars, she also called for them to do their own thing. See, people leave that part out, right? We're so quick to throw people under the bus, but we're also quick to forget what actually happened. Jada Pinkett called for Black Hollywood to boycott an institution that undermined their importance and power. And she did the respectable thing, the responsible thing, the accountable thing, and said, let's do our own thing. Rather than Black people show some racial fortitude and integrity and responsibility and establish their own thing. God bless the child that has his own. That's what Billie Holiday said, right? Rather than do that, what Chris Rock did was he used that occasion to ridicule and belittle the Smith family, Will Smith and Jada. This is before the slap. My thing is that, okay, Chris Rock, if you didn't want to boycott the Oscars because you were the host that year and it was an opportunity for you as an individual, if you didn't want to boycott the Oscars, then you should have just bowed out, or you should have gracefully declined Jada's offer and just went and did the show. But you didn't do that. Instead, you used the opportunity to belittle Jada and Will by cracking jokes about them and about their exclusion, their self-imposed exclusion, which was a racial advocate movement. It was a step. It was a racial advocate component, a move in a right direction for Black people. What Chris Rock should have did was he should have just said, I'm sorry, I'm going to do what I'm being hired to do. I'm going to keep it moving. There was no reason for him to be to in front of a white audience now. You got to remember, Chris Rock's best friends, they're all white. Adam Sandler, this one, that one, the ones who he feels are responsible for his greatest breaks. So what Chris Rock did was he used that moment to pander to white Hollywood at the expense of Black African integrity. And no one ever called him out for it. It was the same year, if I recall correct, that that was an honest slip. It was the same, because someone else used to say that. It was the same year that Stacey Dash used the opportunity to make a fool of herself in lampooning Black History Month, right? This is what Negroes in Hollywood do. So, but what Chris Rock failed to realize is that when he threw that mud on Jada, what he really did was he threw a bucket of mud with the stamp of white approval, he threw that bucket of mud with the stamp of white approval on the black community in total. It was a it was a spit in the face of black people. It was. And no one ever called him out on it. No one. He made a joke. He said, Jada Pinkett boycotting the Oscars is like me boycotting Rihanna's coochie. I wasn't invited. And so what they tried to make it appear like was that the reason for the boycott was because Will wasn't nominated and Will wasn't having his ass kissed, and that's why they're doing this. So what they did was they whittled it down to this small individual thing to make it seem like it was an individual thing when it wasn't. It was a racial advocacy thing. It was about racial leverage, something that white people use by default. If you don't believe me, ask Steven Spielberg, ask Tom Hanks, ask George Lucas. By default, they use racial leverage. And if you don't believe me, all you have to do is listen to a speech given by John Ford. Most of you don't know who John Ford was. He's probably considered to be the greatest producer to ever come out of Hollywood. It's his stamp on that he put on Hollywood that really gave us the essence of what we call Hollywood. When you see these films that give you Americana and John Wayne and all of that. In fact, John Ford is the one who introduced John Wayne to the world. And when they interviewed him and they were talking about, someone accused him of using hold on one second. Let me give this person a permanent goodbye. Here we go. So John Ford introduced John Wayne, and when he was asked about using black people, the term they used was Negroes at the time. When he was asked about using Negroes in his films, and this is the biggest producer in Hollywood, he just casually said, he said, when I use Negroes, I'm very careful to put them in a certain light so that we are not seen as less than or so on and so on. But then he ended the sentence by saying, but I rarely use Negroes. So what we are talking about is intentional underrepresentation, which is what the whole Oscars thing was all about. Or the whole Oscars conflagration. And here you have a self-admitting major Hollywood producer telling you, I rarely use Negroes. And I'm not saying that he was ever obligated to. Okay? I'm not saying that he was ever obligated to. Here we go. Right. So, but I want you to understand, I'm telling you this because I want you to understand what happened with the Chris Rock, Jada Pinkett thing. Because no black people in modern conventional media were insightful enough to actually break that down for you. So that slap in the face that Chris Rock committed against the black community at large. See, he tried to make it about Jada Pinkett. That thing was not about Jada Pinkett. It was about racial advocacy in the interest of black Hollywood, black people, black actors, black producers, whatever. We'll call it the black acting interest. That's what Chris Rock spit in the face of, and no one ever called him out on it. No one. So to add insult to injury, he compounded that insult. That was a very severe insult when he made that joke about them not being invited. That was some token Negro language to use. Y'all not invited. I'm here. That's token Negro stuff. Remember the black guy from Django Unchained, Samuel Jackson, that character? That's who Chris Rock was in that moment. And I appreciate Chris Rock's contributions. But if he's a strong black man that I would like to, if he has any black strength in there at all, in integrity, he would have to concede that what I'm saying is true. I'm not saying this to belittle him or to speak down to him, because I don't want to inadvertently disrespect him for no reason. It's, just too much black disrespect across the board. But we still have to be honest and objective about what unfolded and what actually happened. So when Chris Rock took it upon himself to do it again, this time with them present, that really was a watershed moment for Will Smith. So that when Will Smith went up there and did what he did, it wasn't just about Jada. That was the chicken coming home to roost concerning that entire debacle from that racial issue with the Oscars years before. All of that was wrapped up in that slap. You talk about a coming to Jesus moment. That was a coming to Malcolm X moment for Will Smith. I hate to tell you that. That's what that was. That was a by any means necessary moment to exact justice on on Chris Rock. That's what that was. And no one ever talks about it. I did. I just broke it down for you. Okay. Now, so if you're going to university in this country or in the West, you're going to be taught that theater and acting and relationship between actors, dialogue between actors, the very thing we see in film. When we think of Tom Cruise, Tom Hanks, Michael Caine, Justin Bateman, Bruce Willis, Matt Damon, Vin Diesel, Kate Winslet, and Katharine Hepburn, Audrey Hepburn, John Wayne, right? Harrison Ford. When you think of the entire community of acting, Joaquin Phoenix, right? They want you to think that the foundation for all of that started in Greece in the 5th and 6th centuries BCE with the Dionysian festivals. That's what the paper is explaining to you. Let's go back to it. Here we go. I have to get used to this new system. Okay. Here we go. Okay. So let's go back to it. Here we are. It says right here, the beginning of the Western tradition of theater is traditionally dated from the Athenian festivals of Dionysus in the 6th and 5th centuries BC. Our notions of drama, acting, physical theater space, or today you call it a set, right? Costume, mask, and the relation between actors. That's what acting is. When people are acting, we want the relation between actors and audience. Okay, the relation between actors and audience. It's theater we're talking about here. Can be said to stem from these festivals, their rites and ceremonies. So that's important because to some degree or another, when you're looking at film today, all of these are still present. Festivals, rites, and ceremonies. They're still present in a subconscious, subtle way because this is how they began. Let's continue. Okay. So she asked the question, and this is what I mean. I have to say this. A lot of people wonder why I am the way I am. Why quite often, sometimes I don't respect certain people who like to present themselves as scholars. And the reason for that is, yeah, that's why he said, keep my wife's name out your mouth. Yeah, absolutely. And that's why he did it in such a black way. That was the reason for that. That's why he's used street vernacular. It was I'm blacker than Tupac, or as black as Tupac. That was his Tupac moment, to show that he could stand up. What did Tupac known for? Standing up for black people. That was Will's moment to do that. That's why he did it. But no one wants to talk about that because people don't pay attention. They don't have insight. They can't connect dots, and they're addicted to being stupid. Okay, so let's see. Where are we? So oh gosh, I'm so glad this person is gone. Right. So let's get back to it. I was probably saying something a moment ago, but lost it. Sorry, guys. Hold on one second. Right. How do I get rid of that banner on there? Who knows? Oh, can I get rid of it? I don't even know. I don't think so. No, I can't. I can't. Example banners? No, I can't. Okay. Whatever, man. Let me see. No, I can't do that there. I just wanted to get rid of my name there, but no big deal. There's a way to do it. I just don't know where and how. And Lord knows they probably have. Let me see. Theme. No. Okay. Delete brand. No, I don't want to do that. Okay. Oh, here we go. Show display names. Let me see. Yeah, got rid of it. That's what I wanted to do. Okay. All right. So now, let's go. Entire screen. We're going to get back to this. To those of you who have stamina to hang out with me, you're going to learn something. Okay. So allow. And here we go. We're back here. All right. So this is what they want you to think. They want you to think that theater started in Greece, that the Western tradition of theater started in Greece in the 5th and 6th centuries with the Dionysian festivals. But she asked a question here. She says, is Greek theater encompassing the Athenian festivals of Dionysus really the first theater in the world? Oh, that's what I was going to say. It's really hard for me to take a lot of black people serious who call themselves historians or people who are knowledgeable about Kemet, when white girls like this know far more about black history than a lot of you numbskulls put together. You got so many people running up and down. I know this. Black, 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 black. You got a white girl like this who knows more about actual African history, black history, and the contribution that we've made in this field. And don't underestimate that contribution, because acting and film are the most powerful things in the West. They're the most powerful things in the West, almost in the world. because they deal first and foremost with propaganda of all types. And propaganda is an arm of warfare. White people, Europeans, wage war through films by implanting ideologies and opinions and perspectives and views into other people's, even when those ideologies and perspectives and views work against you. Like when I was younger, growing up and Rocky 2 came out. Here I am, a young black dude from the hood, and I'm cheering for Rocky to knock out the black man. Rocky knew what he was doing. Stallone was a racist. He knew what he was doing. He used the power of film to give young white America and white America a hero that was white, because in reality, black men were dominating. That's psychological warfare. It's propaganda and psychological warfare. That when young, impressionable children outside of the intended audience see it, they internalize that. You're celebrating your own defeat. And we know that Stallone was ideological because all of his nemesis, look at everybody he was knocking out. He wasn't satisfied with one black man. He went to another one, Mr. T. And then we cheered for him to knock Mr. T out. That's why Muhammad Ali made that joke clowning Stallone at, I think it was the Oscars or some award, some Lifetime Achievement Award, saying, yeah, you know that's strictly on film. Right? So don't underestimate the power of this thing. And the one thing that I have found that black people do better than anyone else is underestimate. And when you underestimate, you perpetually finance and underwrite your own victimhood. In fact, you assist with the eating of your children's minds and hearts. You assist in it. You are complicit because you choose to underestimate with your lazy brain. You choose to say, oh, it's just a film. It's just movies. If it's just a film and if it's just movies, why is it that one actor can make more in one film than you will make in 7 lifetimes? They're not paying on that kind of money because films are meaningless. Acting is very powerful. Films are very powerful. And you want to know why I'm producing Kemetville? You think it's just a web series because no. I always say black people are the last people in the world that should use the word just. It's just this. It's just that. Why? It's that kind of mentality why you receive the least justice. Everybody else gets more justice than you. And you have the nerve to run around saying just. Stop saying just. First of all, you don't understand enough in this world to be saying what just is. Okay? Okay. Okay. All right. So, here we go. So let me go on and continue. So what people need to understand when I'm doing this is that all people are welcome to watch me and participate and engage. I don't care if you're black, if you're white, if you're Latino, Latina, if you're Asian. I don't care. I don't care if you are heterosexual, homosexual. It doesn't matter to me. Right? That's your life. Right? I'm not here to judge anybody, but not judging people does not preclude me from speaking factually. Right? If a fact disturbs you, your problem is not me. Your problem is with the fact. If you have cognitive dissonance and you're uncomfortable with something that I'm saying, then maybe you need some more growth and should do some more research perhaps, right? Don't ask people to shrink on your behalf because then other people have to other people have to have the burden of your ignorance on them. It's not fair, right? Even though we all know that life is not fair, but because life is not fair, the importance of us being fair is just that much more important, because that means that the only fairness in the world is the fairness we create. Okay, so in being fair, right, in being fair, that's what we need to do. So in any event, so if you go back and you look at the Rocky films, that was racial propaganda. Okay, it was the whole great white hope theme, to give white America self-esteem it could not find in reality, because all of the heavyweight champions were black. We were dominating. Okay, now that's no secret. Okay, it's just that we're not supposed to speak about it. You understand? For the comfort of people who are uncomfortable with that. And this generation today, unfortunately, and I don't want to disparage all people of this generation, but psychologically they're so soft and so ill-informed that they have a vacuum up here, and they're in love with their ill-informed opinions that are empty. Their opinions hold no water. They want to hear themselves talk. This is my opinion. Your opinion doesn't matter because it's not borne out by the historical record or by facts and by documentation, right? And I always tell people, when truth sounds like hate, truth is not the problem. You need to examine your own hate, right? A person who hates the truth hates everything else that is of value, okay? And always remember, truth is not obligated to be congruent and square with your vision of the world. That's not the way truth works, okay? So, and the thing about myself, where my value comes in at, is that whatever I say, I prove, I document it. That's why people watch me, right? They're not watching me because it's like, oh, he's just full of opinions. And you want full of opinions, go to another channel. You want documentation, you come to this channel. It's that simple, this platform, okay? All right. So here we go. I love being able to ban and delete dissenters with a click of a button. All of their comments just disappear. Right? They're meaningless comments. Right? I don't mind someone disagreeing with me. I don't ever take issue with someone disagreeing with me. But if you're going to disagree with me, you need to do so intelligently. You need to do so with facts and documentation. You want to say something in the chat, right, that you don't agree with, if I say something and you don't agree with it, or it makes you feel self-conscious about who you are, then you need to learn to come up with better responses than kindergarten crap like this. Right? That's kindergarten stuff. That means you have no real argument. You have no real argument. What do they call it? Ad hominem attacks. Right? That's it. Right? And the only thing they can do is characterize. They can't refute. And they don't even characterize. They caricaturize. If I can make fun of him, I can lessen his value. If I can make fun of what he's saying, then I can take the gravitas out of it, rather than just square with the fact that what's being said is true. You understand? So so that's what that's all about. So here we go. Let's see. All right. Okay. Now, I find it interesting that oh, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Truth is definitely not convenient for those who thrive on the inconvenience of others. It's not. It's absolutely. It's not. In fact, me myself, my love affair with truth is such that I'm more comfortable with things that make me feel uncomfortable about myself, because it's an opportunity for me to grow. You understand what I'm saying? If I hear someone, if I'm presented with something that someone says, and it makes me, and it's a legitimate critique, it's something that I want to take serious because it's going to make me a better person, right? in that uh uh in that hold on one second. I have to relegate someone to the someone needs a bathroom break in the clown bathroom. So I'm just gonna let them go there. So like I said, I have no problem with someone disagreeing with me, but your disagreement has to have merit. It can't come from an emotional place, right? Facts don't care about your feelings. Neither do I. That's just my brand, right? And again, I'm not here for everyone, right? People, someone a moment ago said, Shakka's a race pimp. Who's the real race pimp? Why would you be watching me if I'm talking about race and you find that expressed in the context of pimping? Then what does that make you? A race John, right? A race trick, right? If that's how you feel, you're a race trick for sitting there and absorbing and subsuming the things that I'm imparting, right? I'm here for people who want to learn, and everything that I articulate is not meant to. I'm not here to. How can I put this? I'm not looking to make friends, right? I'm not. I'm looking to teach people who actually want to learn and who appreciate an informed and insightful perspective. Okay, and that's all. I'm not looking to be politically correct. I'm not looking to assuage people's um, conventional sense of what's right or wrong. That's not what I'm here for. That's a waste of time, right? You can go to some. There's many other channels out there for that. But if you're coming here, this is a proud Black channel. This is a proud Black platform. So my message is primarily for Black people. I'm not ashamed of that. I don't swallow that, right? But I welcome everyone who is interested in discourse that you don't normally get to hear, because in the current climate that we live in today, people are kowtowed. People are bullied into assuming popular opinions. So, I don't do that. So I don't do popular opinions, right? So I have another fan here. I love these fans who who are so interested in what I'm saying that they have to remain to listen, right? And what I'm saying, if I say something that makes you feel uncomfortable, go away. Real talk. I think there's something psychologically wrong with people who stick around and listen to things that they don't like, right? I've always said that. People who stick around and listen to things that they don't like, something is psychologically wrong with it. They feed off of a negative frequency. If it makes you feel negative, then you shouldn't listen. I don't listen to things that make me feel negative. That's why I'm so comfortable within my own skin. I don't absorb messages that make me feel negative. I can absorb a message that I don't agree with and that may be even critical of myself. I can absorb that, right? Because it informs me that I have room for growth. Someone did me a favor, right? But in this current climate that we live in today, always remember, truth is, how can I tell this to people? Truth is not very popular on the planet that we live on. It's not. It's just simply is not. So here we go. Yeah, I agree with that. Let me get back to the I wish I had a moderator in here to get rid of certain people. Let's see. So okay. Hold on one second. Right. Where's my moderators? I need a moderator in here to get rid of in fact, you know what? Let's see. I need a responsible commentator. Someone who knows when someone really needs to be chilled out. Right? So here we go. So let's see here. We're gonna get back to it. Boom. All right. We're going to go to present. And here we go. Present. I love you guys. I really do. Share screen. And I'm so thankful that I'm not someone else. Whew. I really am. Okay. Entire screen. Here we go. Yeah. So yeah. And another thing too that people have to remember, and something that makes a lot of particularly a lot of white people, something that makes a lot of white person, not all white persons. I don't throw all people into any one category. But there are many white people who fail to understand that there are many still unresolved racial issues in the world. Many of these things that have left a legacy that are current with us today, that in many respects are invisible to undiscerning eyes. So to make them comfortable, we're not supposed to speak about it to make them comfortable. Well, this is my platform. If I was a white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed person, maybe I'd be talking about something else, right? Although I know white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed people who would tell you the exact same thing I'm telling you. So like I said, everything is not always skin color, right? So here we go. Black. Here we go. All right. So back to the presentation. Here we go. She asked the question. Naomi Gunnels asks the question. She says, is Greek theater encompassing the Athenian festivals of Dionysus really the first theater in the world? And then she quotes the eternal Frey Stella. She says, I acted as his beloved son for Osiris Kintiamentes, distinguishing his great image which endures forever. So Eternal Frey himself is telling you that in this performance, Eternal Frey is telling you that in this performance, he's saying, I acted as the son of Osiris himself. I acted as the son of the Father. Okay, that's what he's telling you. I acted as the son of the Father. And that's important because it's documented. You understand? It's documented. He's saying this. I acted as the son of Osiris Kintiamenti. Okay? Osiris, who was the foremost. Okay? Osiris of the south. Asar of the south. Okay? This is what he's saying. So, I don't really mind haters. All they do is give me more fuel. It's like it's like putting gasoline on the fireplace. It gives me more stuff to chew up and spit out. Right? So, here we go. Share screen. Okay. Okay. Entire screen. Here we go. Okay. Boy, I sure miss the old days with this thing. Where you could just go back and forth. I don't know. I might have to purchase their package. Okay. So I can get back on my little whistles and bells. So Eternal Frey himself is telling you in 1868 BC, that's almost 2000 BCE. This is roughly almost 2,000 years before the first Bible verse is written. He's saying, I acted as the beloved son for the Father. But he's acting it out in a festival. The Eternal Frey Stella, one of the most renowned Egyptian texts concerning the Osiris festival of ancient Egypt, was written at least 1,200 years before the Athenian festivals of Dionysus. So that's a documented stone telling you that in Kemet they were acting I acted as his beloved son for Osiris Kenti Amentis, distinguishing his great image, which endures forever. So they're telling you it's documented by virtue of the author of the stone that 1,200 years before the Greeks were engaged in acting, 1,200 years before they were engaged in acting. Hold on one second. Here we go. 1,200 years before the Greeks. Oh, I'm sure it will. One second. I had to snapshot that for posterity. Yeah, I'm sure it will. Knowledge, there will be seasons. Absolutely. There's no question about it. There will absolutely be seasons. If you could, there's so much coming. There really is just so much coming. And, I'm just doing my best to stay on top of it. That's really it. I'm just doing my best to stay on top of it. So, let me see. I need someone to be a moderator so that I can focus more on the presentation than on those non-Black people who are disenchanted with facts, right? Facts give some people cognitive dissonance, especially when they are facts pertaining to us. We are not allowed to have a perspective. We are not allowed to have a vantage point that differs from the vantage point or that distinguishes itself from the vantage point of those who feel they are not included on outside of perspective. You understand? We are not allowed to have our own perspective. It's illegitimate because it doesn't avail itself to their talking points. You understand? So this is the first method that they use to diminish your personhood. How dare you have a perspective that I don't co-sign? How dare you have a perspective that doesn't fit my monologue? You understand? So because what I'm speaking about flies in the face of their own existential promulgation, right? We are in violation of existence. You understand? We are not supposed to have a perspective, particularly when it comes to race. We are to acquiesce and sing kumbaya and want to be friends with everyone. I have no problem. I have friends of every race. I have tenants of every race. I have, I got family members of every race. But as a person of African descent, who is historically literate and culturally literate, I am supposed to tie my tongue in knots. You understand? To please lesser minds. And I'm not here for that. Why would I spend my time? Why would I edit myself for lesser minds? Why would anyone do that? And apparently, my trolls, I'm not even going to claim them. Trolls who are attracted, what do they say? It's like when you're in the South, right? Or near the equator, and you have the light on the porch, it attracts insects. So when I get insects in the chat wanting to express their insect perspective, okay. So, right. So here we go. 1 second. Here we go. Right. So here we go. I can't wait to get that channel removed. I have a little secret weapon. And that's something trolls should know, by the way. I have a way of getting channels removed off of YouTube. And I just singled out one that I am absolutely Yeah. See, the one thing that can't be hidden for all of us is IP address. So once you got that, you're good to go, right? So that channel is not going to be around for long. Not only that, that person is going to have some challenges in the upcoming weeks. So anyway, yes, it will have series. Okay. But I'll tell you this much too, before I get back to the presentation. If you don't have haters and you don't have detractors, you're not saying anything. You're trying to just go along and get along. You just want to be, there's an old saying. How does it go? People who try to please everyone ultimately please no one. And in fact, you will be resented for it eventually. It's a sign of weakness. It shows weakness of character. What they say, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. If you need approval for what you stand for, this is not for you. If you need approval for what you stand for, if you need validation for what you stand for, this is not for you, right? Just know that the insects will come. Have insect repellent, right? That's the best I can tell you. So let me get back to the presentation. Here we go. Here we go. Yes. Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay. So that's just one more. I had 3 channels removed off of YouTube last month. 3 gone off of YouTube. So this is going to be number 1 for this month. This channel right here. You're going to come in here and troll me, you're going to pay for it. You're not going to do it for free. Okay? You're going to be consequences. That's just how I get down. Okay? If my message is not for you, go watch The Honeymooners. Go watch Princess Bride or something. You know, but you're not. You're drawn to discussions about things that you claim you hate. It's not that. It's that you have hate in you and you get off on it. You like when it's aroused. It gives your life meaning and purpose, right? So here we go. I'm speaking about my my detractors who find my chat irresistible. Okay. Moving forward, I'm just going to completely ignore them. Sometimes it was fun to, y'all know me. I love a good knockdown, drag out, but there's no one worth doing that here in the chat right now. So let's get back to it. Here we go. The Eternal Frey Stella, one of the most renowned Egyptian texts concerning the Osiris festival of ancient Egypt, was written at least 1,200 years before the Athenian festival of Dionysus. In the first chapter of the theater history textbook by Oscar Brockett, in reference to the text on the Eternal Frey stone, he says, as some scholars see it, this was one of the most elaborate, dramatic spectacles ever staged. So in that history textbook, they're already using the term drama and staged. So we're talking about acting. And this is in Africa. At a time, you're talking about 1200 BCE. At 1200 BCE, there is no, first of all, there's no Europe at the time. And white people have no theater at the time. People don't like when you speak in terms of black and white, though black and white exists. And they only do it when it's convenient for them to get a talking point across. But when it's something that diminishes their status in the eyes of world history, they want to criminalize you for using terms like black and white. That's called cognitive dissonance. Okay? That's all it is. It's a shell game to disparage your own sense of what is correct. Okay? So, to diminish the legitimacy of your perspective. Okay? The question of whether Greek theater is really the first theater in history is of genuine concern to those who feel the Egyptians were an advanced culture. Why? Now she asked a question. Why would a culture so advanced as the Egyptians not have a form of entertainment that has in some way or another been incorporated in organized societies for more than 2,000 years? So the way she asked the question, there is an implication. She's implying something, right? The way she, the way that, yeah, absolutely. Our intelligent perspective doesn't fit their narrative and agenda. Oh, well, no, see, yeah, Tower Destroyer and whoever these people are, when they can no longer even open a YouTube channel because of what I'm going to do, they're going to realize they messed with their own economic situation. You messing with your own finances. I tell people all the time, messing with me is really messing with your own finances, if that's what you want to do. Because I have time on my hands. I don't work for somebody. I don't have to go to somebody's job. I have time and resources on my hands. So, I have no problem with doing what's necessary. Make the proper contacts and have them follow through. That's why I take snapshots of everything. Plus, this stuff is saved for posterity anyway. So they're just going to say goodbye to their channels. Okay? Yeah. Once you present evidence of harassment, YouTube isn't even trying to hear what they're saying. They're gone. Okay. So, much love back, Colos, right? We don't even have, we're not even supposed to have a platform for our own comfort zone where we can share in the legitimacy of our perspective. And you have to remember, I'm an advocate for Black people. That's what I do. Unapologetically, I advocate for Black people. Unapologetically. That's what I was programmed for. That's what I was raised for. So, no need to explain myself. I'm here to explain the presentation. So let's go on. Let's see. Present. Share screen. Right. Here we go. No, I didn't put you on timeout. If I did, it was by accident. Sorry about that. My apologies. Yeah, that was an accident. Okay. Oops. Bet, where are you when I need you? Okay. Oops. Close that. All right. Present. Share screen. You know how long I've been wanting to present this presentation to you guys? For a long time. Right? I've been like, oh man, I can't wait to do it. I can't wait to do it. I'm finally getting to do it. So here we are. Okay. Okay. So she's implying that not only did acting begin in Kemet in Africa, not only did acting begin there, but she then implies that organized societies for more than 2,000 years incorporated that particular kind of entertainment from Kemet. That's what she's saying. I'll read it again. Why should a culture so advanced as the Egyptians not have a form of entertainment? What? That has been in some way or another, been incorporated in organized societies for more than 2,000 years. Reading comprehension, understand what's being said. Even when it was banned by monarchs and religious institutions. The journey to answer these questions begins by first reading and translating a Stella from a time predating the Athenian festival of Dionysus, and that is the eternal Frey Stella. One English translation in particular was useful to speed along the translation process and to see how differently this text can be translated. The differences in translation are the primary basis for the vastly differing opinions of scholars about the theatricality of this text. So you'll find that when scholars translate Kemetic text, they don't always translate them the same way. It depends on the school of thought that they come from. And many of them come from colonial school of thoughts, Christian school of thoughts. They have certain cognitive biases that affect their translation. So where one translation will clearly show that this text is a theatrical text, or is making reference to theatrical engagements and phenomena, another translation will make that element completely disappear. So, and that's what she's talking about, right? Then she says, a second basis for differing opinions is the very definition of the word theater. In this case, to discover the eternal Frey Stella's theatricality, defined parameters that explain key terms must be used in this comparison. The definition of theater is of utmost importance in deciding if the eternal Frey Stella can be classified as theater. There are many ways of defining this word, but we will use definitions from 3 recognized philosophers and scholars of theater. See, so we're keeping in the scholarly lane. We're staying in the Western University parameters so that we can make sure that when we speak in the Western context of what we say makes sense, right? There are many ways of defining this word, but we will use definitions from 3 recognized philosophers and scholars of theater. These definitions will help compare. And you know what the funny part is? Watch this. I had to stop it for a second. The funny part about my detractors, the funny part about my detractors and people and these non-black females who have issues with what I'm saying is they're too stupid to even understand this material that I'm speaking from. They've never seen it before. They don't even know it exists, and they couldn't point you to it as a reference because they're too intellectually stunted. You understand? Like that's really serious. And then they get caught. Their favorite thing, the favorite thing for the favorite go-to for what I call cognitively dissonant white persons, their weapon of choice is usually whataboutism. You're talking about that, but what about black abortion? You're talking about that, but what aboutism? Whataboutism is a form of deflection. It's a imaginary wall that you put up so that your group or people you may self-identify with don't have to take accountability and responsibility for myth and falsehoods that they spread throughout the world in order to keep black people in their place historically. Some of us actually possess not only the intellectual, but the actual academic prowess to dismiss your silliness with the flick of a finger. It's like a snap from your brain that you wanted to come and pollute and defecate here in our chat. You know, we're here trying to have a great conversation, a rare conversation about things that we're concerned with. If it doesn't concern you, don't comment, don't watch. Is your purpose in life to combat Shakka-Ahmose? I'm really that important? What I'm saying has that much gravitas? It must, because if it didn't, you wouldn't be in the chat attempting to troll. Okay? So, hey, ain't that the truth, right? Just because they're listening don't mean they're hearing it, you know? Well, quite often they don't have the capacity to hear, right? The only thing they hear is the echo chamber between their ears. That's it, which is usually filled with bad ingredients like Twinkies, cupcakes, pizza, ice cream, you know, right? So, okay. Here we go. What else? Oh, I'm enjoying this. I miss being I miss presenting. I really do. Here we go. And the way I look at it, when I am up here, I got to make it count. So make sure you're paying attention. because what I'm showing you, no one else is going to show you. Okay, that's just the fact of the matter. Because if they were going to show you, they would have shown you by now. All right, you're not going to see this on other channels, on other platforms. So, it says right here, a second basis for differing opinions. A second basis for differing opinions is the very definition of the word theater. In this case, to discover the eternal phrase Stella's theatricality, defined parameters that explain key terms must be used in this comparison. The definition of theater is of utmost importance in deciding if the eternal phrase Stella can be classified as theater. There are many ways of defining this word, but we will use definitions from 3 recognized philosophers and scholars of theater. These definitions will help compare and contrast between the Christian cycle plays of the 40s. So now we're dealing with Christianity. This is important. This part is for the pastors, like I'm going to call them by name. I can't really remember their names, but Eric, what's his name? I can't remember his name. Hold on a second. Hold on one sec. Oh, well, they're lucky I logged out of. They're lucky I'm still. I might still have it. What's his name? Yeah, Eric Mason, right? So these black Christian pastors, like Pastor Eric Mason and Jerome Gay Jr. and the Christian apologist, people like Damon. I can't remember his last name. He's not important anyway. But he knows who I'm talking about. Or I've forgotten their names because I don't really commiserate with them anymore. They're a waste of time. The light-skinned brother who does kickboxing, Vince Bantu, right? The Vince Bantus and the Eric Masons, and they make all of these false claims about no relationship between ancient Kemet and Christianity, that there's no plagiarism and that there's no there are no parallels, and they rely on the easily dismissed, obsolete work of Jonathan Smith from Chicago University, who came up with the premature speculative theory of the dying and rising God, which is no longer applicable. But they still parrot it because they have no real academic underpinning. Even with their degrees, they have no real academic underpinning. They don't understand the material on either side, on the Christian side or the Kemetic side. So, and they really are intellectual. Damon Richardson, thank you. Yeah, they really are intellectual midgets who are stunted, permanently ideologically stunted, as well as the females who, the female Christian apologists who commiserate with them, right? And I include personas like Speech from Arrested Development. Most of you may not remember him, but I was certainly a fan of the brother. I don't ever lie about that. Well, the problem with Richard Carrier is I didn't see the debate, but the problem with Carrier is that Carrier is a proselyte of Jonathan Z. Smith, right? So when you hear Carrier speaking about the dying and rising God, he gets that from Jonathan Z. Smith. So if you can dismiss Jonathan Z. Smith, then you can easily dismiss that aspect of Carrier's argument, not really understanding what the real points are to be borne out. So yeah. Richard Carrier is not that impressive. He's his biggest fan. You can listen to him when he's speaking. He actually thinks he has that much of a command of the subject matter. When to someone like myself, he's okay, Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Eric Mason. Yeah. They, yeah. Yeah, Speech, everyday people, exactly. Yeah, he's a Christian apologist as well, and he runs with them. And he and I actually had some exchange, some discourse. Nothing too much. I offered to teach him, and his response was that basically it wasn't a situation where I would be teaching that. I think that I could also be learned. I forgot what it was that he said, but it was just something that really showed that some people are unteachable, and that's just what it is, and you have to accept that, right? No, the person they all get it from is really Jonathan Z. Smith from Chicago University. He's the one that they all rely on when it comes to the critique of the parallel observations between Asar and Jesus, or Asar and Christ, right? So let's get back on board. Here we go. Present. So now they're going to do the comparison of not just the medieval cycle plays, but the Christian. That's why I stopped. The Christian medieval cycle plays, right? Because of what the Christians hold and perpetuate and promulgate is true, then there should be no parallels between the Christian cycle play and the cycle plays of ancient Egypt. Yeah, your cycle play should be original. If your God is original, then your cycle play and your passion play should also be original. If your God is original, you shouldn't have to plagiarize and appropriate from older cultures and older civilizations. You shouldn't have to do that, because that just makes you a fake and a phony and a liar, right? Or someone who's in denial and who suffers from cognitive dissonance. Okay. I saw I love New York. I saw some of the interview with Khamenei, Kaba Khamenei, who's actually one of my mentors growing up. He's also a former colleague of my mother's. She was amongst the demographic of educators that he administered to, right? So, and that's how I met him, in the classroom, while my mother was amongst those teachers being administered by Kaba Khamenei in the New York City school system. Right, first time I ever met him was in his classroom. Okay, as a young person, myself as a very young person, right? Okay, so I thought the interview, I didn't particularly care for the interview with Kaba Khamenei, only because I know how great he actually is, and I don't think that it came across in that interview. In fact, actually watching it, I wanted to contact Rock Newman and ask him to let me come on his show and speak about Kaba Khamenei, because Kaba Khamenei is a beast when it comes to knowledge and information. I have lectures by Kaba Khamenei that he probably doesn't even remember that he made, and I have them in large numbers. Particularly the one where he speaks about Amenhotep IV, Akhenaten, and photovoltaics, one of my favorite lectures by him. But my favorite lecture by him is probably when he goes in on his dissertation and PhD work on the life and times of William Leo Hansberry, and when he talks about the history of what he went through to write that dissertation. I am I'm a Kaba Khamenei proselyte, because I knew it from a book. I knew it from his Booker T. Coleman Panther Prince days, and I had somewhat of a personal relationship with him. And so he's someone that matters to me, and someone who I have a great deal of esteem and affect for. Yeah, the people who I still hold up in high esteem are certainly still the people who hold that sacred place of elder mentorship for me, who are still active. At the top would be Theophilo Benga, Ekedi Amen, Professor Reggie, or I call him Seba Mabry. Who else? Oh, absolutely. Anthony Browder, absolutely. These are the people that hold that upper echelon, because I grew up under them. These are the people that I literally grew up under. I didn't, although I didn't know Tony Browder. Tony Browder was very much uh, uh, intertwined with the community that I was growing up in at the time. I grew up in First World. I grew up in ASCAC. So I grew up in these sacred, and the Black United Front as well. I grew up in these sacred communities, as I refer to them. They're sacred communities because they kept us historically connected. You understand? And when you encounter an historically when you encounter a historically connected person, it's not the same as encountering someone who is historically disconnected or someone who is historically illiterate. So when I think of those persons, um, uh, yeah. I'm looking at this, and I Love New York said, African people, we need to get together. It makes me think of how offended white people were that we would even do just that we would get together. Remember the slave laws where we were not allowed to gather? We couldn't be more than three together because we might come up with our own perspective. We might have our own worldview. And so part of white supremacy was to keep us from coming together. And this computer culture, in many respects, has achieved that. We don't come together like we used to. We don't visit one another in each other's homes anymore. Everything is through the screen. You understand? Right? The real middleman, Steve Jobs, not even here, and he's still the middleman. Right? So, we take the good with the bad. And not only that, we can't blame people for responsibility and accountability that we ourselves don't take. So you can't put it all on Steve Jobs, and you can't put it all on Bill Gates, and you can't put it, no. You have to take responsibility for your own screen time, the time you spend on screens. If you visit people, don't visit, the lifestyle that you pursue after. I have a new rule in my home, in my personal space. If I'm not presenting 10 p.m., my computer goes off. No screens on. After 10 p.m., no screens on. Nope. You can read a book. you know, you read a book, exercise and work out, but lay down and rest, whatever, cook, whatever. But computer goes off after 10 o'clock because I'm learning now that it's imperative that we have that organic time with ourselves. It's very important, absolutely. And sometimes even together, but with ourselves. But, we have to put the computers to the side, put the screens to the phones to the side, and just deal with each other. That's what the life experience is supposed to be. Okay? Okay. There's a reason why our flesh feels a certain way it does when we touch. When we go like this, or if we hug, or if we make love. In other words, we were meant to experience the pleasure of one another's companies. You understand? But we put so much crap in the game that a lot of people don't even have that experience any longer. I'm about young people. Young people, you heard? So, gotta be careful with this computer thing. All right. Facts. We only come together. The three things I don't go to: clubs, funerals, and rap concerts. I don't go to them. Nope. No. I think it's disingenuous. We didn't mess with each other when we were alive. Okay, keep it like that. You don't have to. It is what it is. All right. So here we go. So let's look at these Christian cycle plays and see what she's talking about. Here we go. And here we go. All right. Where are we? Here we go. These definitions will help compare. Oh, my bad. These definitions will help compare and contrast between the Christian cycle plays of the 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries and the eternal Frey Stella. So they're doing an exact comparison between the ancient Kemetic text and the Christian medieval cycle plays, right? Of a span of about from the 14th to the 16th centuries. So you're talking about between 2 to 3 centuries. Okay. What is theater? She asked the question. Plato felt that his young students should be wary of Homer's mimesis, or impersonation/performance of his characters in his poetry. According to Gerald Else, apparently an expert, Plato felt that Homer was not merely representing his characters, but was actually pretending to be those characters. That's what actors do. They pretend to be, well, maybe not the best actors, but but I think even when they believe that they're not pretending, you're still pretending, right? Because they say the best actors don't act. Yeah, they do. Okay. I just think that there's less of an emphasis on the acting and more of an emphasis on a particular technique, be it Meisner, be it I don't know, Stanislavski or whoever else, right? So this pretending to be someone you are not is what Plato defined as mimesis, or like a mime, right? We get the word mime from that. And what is known today as imitation. Okay? When Aristotle becomes teacher, quote unquote, he is either much more ambiguous or more definitive, depending on one's view of the necessity for details. So Aristotle says 3 things can define imitation: medium, the poet's words or the painter's colors or the musician's sound; object, imitation of an action and manner; narration. Okay? If the medium and the object depict the same thing, then imitation may be done by narration, in which case he, the poet, can either take another personality, as Homer does, or speak in his own person, unchanged. Or he may present all his characters as living and moving before us. See, I'm taking y'all to school for real, for real. Hold on a second. I'm taking y'all to school because one of the things that I discovered a long time ago is that quite often when what I've learned over the years is that white people don't really teach black people. They don't. Any true education that you're going to get in life, you're going to get it yourself. Because these things that as prominent as acting and film and theater is in our culture, and with all of the platforms dedicated to talking about ancient Egypt and the debates and blah, 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 why ain't nobody ever brought this up? Why ain't nobody ever exposed you to this? You want to know why? Truthfully speaking, I hate to say it, they're not intellectually capable of doing it, because if they were, they would have. And that's a harsh thing to say, but it's true. And I'm not saying that to speak derisively of persons. I'm saying that so that you can understand this brand. The Shakka-Ahmose brand. That's the Shakka-Ahmose brand. To expose you to what everyone else refuses to. They refuse to. And they refuse to almost by omission. I can't even say by omission because they don't know. They can't teach you what they don't know. That's my point. They can't teach you what they don't know. I've been telling you all this for years. It's part of the reason why I had to really put distance between myself and other people who pretend to be scholars. They can't teach you what they don't know. And most of them just don't know much about much, even about the things that they think they know. They don't know much about that. Okay, so, it is what it is. So, let's see. Okay. And I don't know what the heck happened to my camera, but it's been looking kind of shoddy lately. And I think the reason for that is I think I dropped my camera one time too many. Sometimes I have a tendency to knock my camera off of my computer. And I think I dropped it one time too many to the point that it's not really giving 720 vibes, right? It's giving like 480, 360 vibes. So at least from my view. So anyway, let's get back to it. Hey guys, I just want to I'm going to take a grooming break so I can be more comfortable finishing this out. Give me 1 second. Hold that thought. Go grab something to eat. Use the restroom. Call your girl. Tell her you love her. Call your boyfriend. Say, hey, I'm watching Shakka-Ahmose. You should be watching. I'll be right back. Nobody panic. I'm back. Shakka has returned. And we can proceed in comfort. We must let rivers return to rivers. Here we go. So let me see what you're talking about. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Oh, I forgot this was still on. Okay, hold on 1 second. Okay. Let's get it popping. Hold on 1 second. Here we go. Not sure what happened there. Okay. I'm still here, people. We've got less than 100, but that's okay. Okay. Here we go. No, light manifest. You're someone with an 8th grade education. That's what you are. Okay. That's what you are. We are Hebrews of book. No, you're someone with probably a 7th, 8th grade education. That's what you are. And I'm only telling you that because I love you. Somebody's got to tell you the truth. All right? Here we go. If y'all only knew what was in this. Sea moss, bee pollen, nuts. Oh my God, so much. That's the plan. Thank you so much. I'm a Snapchat. I'm a snapshot that for inspiration, motivation. Here we go. Okay. So believe it. Believe it. You know, they always say if you want to know something about a person's education, just let them open their mouth and speak. So here we go. I love New York. Your question about Aramaic and geese. There are going to be some loan words. And there are also going to be some calques. So the calques will be from the Aramaic into the geese. If you don't know what a calque is, look it up. It's a linguistic term. So the calques will be from the Aramaic into the geese. And this is partly why you're going to find the affinity of the terminologies being borne out in early Ethiopian biblical literature. Okay, there's a reason for that. Okay, so, or that's the reason for that. So here we go. Let's get back. Now I can do this thing in comfort. All right. Yeah. Here we go. Man, I miss teaching. I forgot how much I miss teaching. So anyway, let's get back. I love this. This paper is one of my favorite papers because I know personally there's no, and this is not a slight against white people, right? With all due respect, they're not obligated to teach us anything. They're not. It's not their job. But it's the job of those of us who have the wherewithal and the capacity to avail ourselves to the requisite information and knowledge that can truly free our minds. It's our job to go get it and bring it back. And I do the best I can. Okay? So every time out, I do the best I can. So unfortunately, I probably hold on to much more than I can share, but there are other things in life going on. I'm producing a web series, a short film, all kinds of stuff. So, you know. But even in the web series and the short film, I try to make sure that you get it. Right? Okay. So where are we? Right here. So, from the last line, if the medium and the object depict the same thing, then imitation may be done by narration, in which case he, the poet, can either take, let me make sure that my mic is on. 1 second. Just want to make sure I'm not muting myself. Okay. Because everybody be like, you're on mute. You're on mute. Okay. Cool. All right. So let's get back to present. Now I'm having fun. Okay. Oops. Here we go. See the screen. StreamYard Studio. And you know what? I want you guys to remember this because I think I may have uploaded the wrong version of this PowerPoint, because at the very beginning of the PowerPoint that I uploaded or thought I uploaded, There should have been some images that I had for you guys, unless I took them out. Yeah, maybe I did. It was to show you, just so you can have an idea. I wanted to show you the board of governors of the Oscars. There's like 2 black people on it, Ava DuVernay and I think maybe Oprah or one other black female. And now they have 1 black male. So out of all of these hundreds of people, they got 3 black people on the governor. And that's only because of the pressure to make the board of governor of the Oscars more diverse, right? See, black people, I always say the saddest thing about my community, my respective communities, is that black people really don't understand things as it pertains to race. They really don't. And part of that is because they're too obsessed with money, you know, and you can't knock them for that. You have to be obsessed with money to a degree, but I don't think you have the luxury of allowing one thing to blind you to the truth of something else, because that's how you end up making it all for nothing. Real talk. One thing shouldn't blind you to the truth of reality of the other thing. At least seek to understand a relationship between the two. You know, what's the relationship between race and money, right? And only ignorant people get offended by such topics, right? People who are not ignorant don't get offended by topics, any topic. Okay. Oh. Here we go. Okay. Let's do this, people. Hold on. Okay, good. I'm still in there. Yeah, I'm still in there. Cool. All right. Yeah, I know you guys are seeing everything. It's like StreamYard has been a jerk. Here we go. So, if the medium and the object depict the same thing, then imitation may be done by narration. In which case, he, the poet, can either take another personality as Homer does, or speak in his own person unchanged. Or he may present all his characters as living and moving before us. That's what a movie is. That's what a film is. It plays. 2,000 years later, Victor Turner has claimed there is in theater something of the investigative, judgmental, and even punitive character of law in action, meaning that one of the purposes of theater is to comment and make judgments about the society in which that play is taking place, and something of the sacred, mythic, numinous, even supernatural character of religious action. So this is what one of the professionals and experts on theater is saying, that he's describing the essence and nature and the raison d'existence of theater itself. It seems that Turner defines theater as having elements that try to change civilian life as well as religious. Richard Schechner says, so she's calling all the aspects on theater. A performance is called theater or ritual because of where it is performed, by whom, and under what circumstances. He asks if the event is supposed to be efficacious to effect transformations equal ritual, or entertainment, theater, and then supplies tenets of both types of events. For Plato and Aristotle, the key is imitation, but Turner seems to allow both secular and religious characteristics. Okay. That's all right. There we go. Oh. Here we go. Okay. Okay. Here you go. Here we go. Tell me if you can hear me, people. Let me know if you can hear me, please. Okay. Let me know if you can hear me. Let's go, people. Let me know. Let me know. Okay. Let's see. It's still streaming, so I'm hoping that it is. Edit. Yeah. Folks, let me know. Okay, great. You can hear me. Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay. I told you it was gonna happen. Like, don't trip. It's just technology, right? In fact, you know what? I think we should celebrate being back. So it wasn't nothing but just a little break. When that happens, it's just a break. Gives me a chance to rest my voice for a second. That's it. That's how I look at it. All right. Turn a mishap into an opportunity. Okay. So at this point, what she's doing is she's quoting the known experts and philosophers on what theater actually is. And she's creating not creating, but she's delineating the parameters, the thresholds, the boundaries. This is where it falls. It falls in these categories. And you understand what I'm saying? So this is important. So that when you look at a Tom Cruise, right? When you look at a Tom Cruise or a I wonder if I really did that. Did I really get rid of that? Hold on, so guys. I just want to see something. I want to see if I actually uploaded the wrong PowerPoint for this. Because sometimes I have different versions of the same PowerPoint. I'll update them. African origin of acting. Yes, that's what I want to see. Because I could have sworn I had the stuff in there about the Oscars. No, I sure did take it out. Oops. My bad. I took it all out. Duh. Okay. Well, anyway, let's get back to where we were. And I'm just letting the pages open up. They're opening up. The actuality of this text. And I think here we are. What is theater moving before us? And here we are. We are on our page. We are back, and everybody's good. Okay. So let me come here, and let me get you guys back in here. Okay. Will I be having my own music in the Kemetville series? Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking that question, Cold Red Conquering Lion. Somewhat. Where it's permissible where it's appropriate, sure, why not? Absolutely. Absolutely. Part of the well, I don't want to. I mean, there's a little bit of my music in the short film that I'll be dropping that. Oh, by the way, folks, this is really important. This is really important. If you look in the description, this is very important. When you look at the description of this video, you're going to see links. One thing I need for everybody, and I'm asking everybody, to please go over to my Kemetville YouTube channel and subscribe. Please go to the Last Night of Asar Facebook page and like the Facebook page. The Last Night of Asar, well, we'll be talking about that in a little while. But I need you guys to look in the description and go do that. You can do that when this is over and when we've concluded this. But need those likes and those subscriptions. They matter. I rarely ask for those things, but I'm telling you that your brother needs that. Okay, I'm not going to get it from anyone else but you guys. So here we go. And you can my music will certainly be affiliated with on some level the web series. So here we go. Let's get back in. Entire screen. Well, I mean, at this point, I'm used to the new format. It doesn't even really bother me anymore. I'm like, whatever. Okay. Presentation mode. Oh, that was the one thing I forgot to do. Duh. Hold on 1 second. Stop sharing. I forgot to open up my personal YouTube channel so that I can see what you guys are seeing, which is something I always do. I always need to be able to see what you guys are seeing just so I can make sure you guys are seeing what you're supposed to see. You know? Okay. Here we go. Yes. Just to make sure you guys are seeing what you're supposed to see. So see. Okay, cool. So there we go. Right. Hold on. Yeah, I'll tell you, Snapchat is not what it used to be. It's not what it used to be. I'm Snapchat. I'm talking about, StreamYard. I've never used Snapchat, so I wouldn't even know about that. I really wouldn't. I'd like to try it. I don't know. I know a little bit about TikTok. I like to explore all of those. All right, here we go. It is amazing that they no longer allow you to pin. They no longer allow you to pin. That is so crazy. Oh, you could do a poll and Q&A. How does Q&A work? Answer viewer questions live. How does that work? Shakka-Ahmose question. I don't know. That's strange. I'm just relearning all of this stuff, folks. So that's the one thing I've learned about living in this age. You have to always be willing to learn and relearn new stuff all the time. Like re-education is a permanent feature in this culture. So okay, my what you call it's back on. Let's get busy. All right, peace, that good guy. Here we go. Present, share screen, and now here we go. Give it to us, homie. Boom. There we go. Okay. And here we go. All right. So, hold on a second. Shout out to Kimetville. Do it for the Ville. Okay. So where are we? Right. So they talked about this particular scholar, Richard Schechner, says a performance is called theater or ritual because of where it is performed, by whom, and under what circumstances. He asks, so ritual itself is a form of theater. He asks if the event is supposed to be efficacious. To effect transformations equals ritual, or entertainment equals theater. And then supplies tenets of both types of events. Right? For Plato and Aristotle, the key is imitation, but Turner seems to allow both secular and religious characteristics. And for Schechner, the results desired by those performing must be known. Okay? The challenge. Comparing the cycle plays to the eternal Frey Stella cannot be done without looking to outside sources for information on both texts. The cycle plays, the Christian plays, and the eternal Frey Stella, the Kemetic text, tell but little of why each is considered a cycle play. So she just now let you know that both the eternal Frey Stella and the cycle plays are both considered cycle plays. That's why she says it right here. It says the cycle plays and the eternal Frey Stella tell but little of why each is considered a cycle play. What do those words mean? So before you move further, this is what I mean when most people don't have reading comprehension. They just overread stuff and don't take time to understand what has been said, right? What has been said. That's for those of you who want to show your appreciation and don't want to get caught up in super chats and this, that, and the third. So we're just taking this is what you call what is it? House break. This is a house break, right? Oh darn, I forgot what I was just talking about. See, that's why you shouldn't do stuff. Oh, because somebody mentioned, I'm looking at a comment down here that I'm kind of deciding, do I want to respond to that or not? But I'm not. So real juicy news, I'm not going to respond to that question. So they're talking about the cycle plays. In fact, let's get back to that because I kind of lost that one. So here we go. All right. And present, share screen. Oh, why you gonna put me through all that again? They need to have a better system so you can jump right back in. But they did this on purpose so that we would have to they made sure they made this this tier unuser friendly so that you would opt for the other one. They were like, StreamYard is too good. They're not going to pay for it. Let's give them less features. So, that's what I was saying. She's saying here that the cycle plays and the eternal Frey Stella tell but little of why each is considered a cycle play. So the implication is that they are both the same thing. They're both cycle plays. So keep that in mind. The medieval Christian play, which is called a cycle play, is the same as the ancient Kemetic Osiris text or festival, which is also a cycle play. So you claim that Christianity and Kemetic religion, so to speak, have nothing in common, yet they are both the constituents of what we know of. One, in fact, there's a direct lineage in the context of cycle plays. The Christian medieval play is a descendant of the ancient Egyptian cycle play. Eric Mason, Vince Know Nothing Bantu, Jerome Gay Jr., that's his actual name. The rest of them, I honestly can't even really remember their names. I washed my hand clean to that community. It was too much ignorance to dig through. Too much intellectual stifling. So So where are we? So she asked, what do these words mean? These words mean that theater scholars have decided to categorize a certain kind of play, and because of their similarities, called them cycleplays. Cycleplays were written in a certain time period, thus forming a genre. They all involved townspeople, guilds, and the church. So this is a example of what a cycleplay looks like. And what they're telling you is that these kind of plays that meet the same criteria first started in Africa in Kemet, and then white folks were exposed to it thousands of years later. Okay? Which means when it comes to acting, we've had a lot longer time to practice. Yet they only gave six people of African descent, best actor for the Oscars. That doesn't make sense when we've had much longer time to practice. They all seek to retell sacred time. That's what a cycleplay does. It seeks to retell sacred time while traveling to spots that have built sets prepared for the show around the town. So that means if it was going on in medieval time, it was also going on in ancient Kemet. Since the category has been developed and has several examples to give a feeling for what a cycleplay is, a comparison can be made. To test another sort of play against the tenets of the cycleplay category is now easy. But the trick with the Colonel Frey Stella is that the motive here is not to convince the reader that it is a cycleplay, but rather that it is a play or theater like the cycleplays. The Colonel Frey Stella has enough similarities to the cycleplays that if one can consider the individual cycleplay theater, they must also consider the Colonel Frey Stella theater as well. Now that's a bomb. Boom. Okay? Because what she just established is that while they both may not be cycleplays verbatim, they have enough. What's going on in the Colonel Frey Stella and what's going on in the Christian medieval cycleplays are so similar that you cannot call one theater and the other one something else. They have to be they have to be delineated along the lines of the same characteristics. It's the same thing. That's what is being said there. Okay? Okay. Okay, so Real Juicy, this lecture is not for you then. This presentation is not for you. You should go to another channel. So I'm going to help you with that. There you go. Okay. All right. So this is for people who want to learn. If you need people yelling at each other and calling each other names and all that silliness that goes on the other channels, then go over there. You're not welcome here. This is for people who want knowledge that they cannot get otherwise. Of course, an inferior brain is going to be bored because you're looking for excitement, not knowledge, right? People with brains are looking to learn, right? It's that simple. A person who's trying to become an accountant is not going in and saying, this is not exciting, right? Or let me put it this way. This is for grown-ups, okay? This is for grown-ups. This is not for the little children antics that you get back and forth on the other channels with people who don't have real scholarship. Okay? Over here, we do real scholarship. And if that bothers you or if it bores you, go away. I'm not here for you. You're not my tribe. You're not the clientele that I'm looking for. I'm not raising my standards. My standards are already top shelf. I'm here to help bring other people's standards up when it comes to scholarship and knowledge about African history and Black history. Right? All apparently, whoever this real juicy person is, they exactly. No wiki. Right? Take yourself to Wikipedia. You heard? Here we go. So much. So let's get back to it. Share screen. That's the only thing I'm like, you got to go through this every time you want to share screen again. That kind of sucks, but whatever. They made sure there's nothing you can do about it other than upgrade. So they must also be considered, right. They must right. If one can consider the individual cycle plays theater, they must also consider the eternal Frey Stella theater as well. Medieval, and I guess the real juicy news missed out on the fact that I said I was going to tie all of this into the Kemetville Web Series. He missed that part, right? Because he didn't see action figures running around. He didn't see Iron Man and Captain America shooting at each other. So, medieval cycle plays were performed on large wooden carts that were wheeled through the city. In spite of the limited space, they presented elaborate visual effects. In this conjectural reconstruction, the Last Judgment is shown with God on his throne, right? And you notice what color they made the devil, the demons, black. See that? So they started putting racism in film back in the medieval period. Look at that. That's what I said earlier, that film is very, very deep psychological propaganda. But now y'all don't want to hear me. Y'all think Shakka just talking. They're showing you in the illustration. I got this from a textbook. They're showing you in the illustration. This is what a medieval cycle play looked like. And look what color they made the devils. Black. That's why an idiot like Real Juicy News would be one of them idiots up on the fire pyre because he wanted something that was exciting. Dumbass. Anyway. In this conjectural reconstruction, the Last Judgment is shown with God on his throne, while the Archangel Michael weighs the souls of the dead, with the damned being swallowed by the gaping jaws of hell. Okay. So anyway. The comparison. The Abydos Passion Play. For those of you who don't know where Abydos is, Abydos is in Upper Egypt, in Upper Kemet. Actually, in a place that in antiquity was called Nubti, from where you get the term Nubia, right? It's called Nubti, and this particular region actually was later on known as Nakada or Nakada. Okay, it's around what's called the Tit of the Nile, near the desert. I forgot the name of the desert where they get the gold, do the gold mining. The Abydos Passion Play. Now see, now it's the Abydos Passion Play. So when you're looking at the Passion of Christ, you have to ask yourself, why is a passion play called a passion play? I bet you that idiot who I just kicked out of the chat, I bet you he does Real Juicy News. I bet you Real Juicy News can't answer the question because he doesn't know shit. Why is a passion play called a passion play? The Abydos Passion Play, as the Eternal Frey Stella is called by Brockett, has a great many similarities to the cycle plays of England, but specifically 4 similarities that can relate to our definitions of theater. Both concern religious texts, the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth, right? So I thought the Christians told you that the cycle plays and the eternal face Stella ain't got nothing to do with each other. That basically they want you to think that the passion play of Jesus Christ has nothing to do with the passion play of Osiris. Yet here you have the people who are experts on the context and system in which the story is told, which was the passion play, telling you that they both have the exact same features, particularly 4 primary features, 4 similarities that can relate to our definitions of theater. I know this may be above some people's head, but I'm not here for the stupid people. I'm sorry. This is a premium channel. Okay? Both concern, if you want the stuff for the lowbrow people, the people who aren't too bright, just wait till I produce something like that, or just go to another channel. Okay? Oh, my ribs. Okay? Oh, I know what I can do. All right. Press down on my legs. So here we go. Yeah, I've been working out a lot, so my ribs are like kind of killing me. Right. So here we go. Both of these concern religious texts, the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth, as well as audience in general, and traveling to sacred spots in the city in which the event is happening, which can represent the idea that life is a journey and a cycle. So what they just told you, Eric Mason, Vince Bantu, Valentine, I forgot what his name is, right? And my other brother with the dreadlocks, I forget his name as well, because I just left that community alone. What they're telling you is, right? So what they're telling you is, that both plays are exactly constructed the same way. Now, do you think it's an accident that the Christians decided to tell the passion story of Christ the way that they did in the medieval times? Eric Mason, do you think it's an accident that they chose the Assyrian model from Kemet to tell the story of Christ during the medieval times as they went from village to village, building sets and putting them on wheels? Do you think, is that what you think, Eric Mason, that this is just a coincidence? Vince Bantu? Jerome Gay Jr.? Right? The bodega scholar, as he calls himself? A speech from Arrested Development? You think that it was just a coincidence that the medieval Christians of Europe documented as using the Osirian model, the theatrical Osirian model, the same model that the Africans in Upper Kemet, in Abydos, the same structural model that they use to tell the theatrical story of Osiris, is verbatim the exact same structure that was appropriated by medieval Christians to perform their cycle plays. That's why they're both cycle plays. One is predicated on the other. You can't say the Osirian model used the Christian model. There was no Christianity yet. So somebody had to take from someone else. See, this is what I mean when I say they leave you stupid and you're happy in your stupidity. All those idiots know who to go and debate, and they know it's not me. They know. Go debate one of those other dudes. Because coming to me is not going to be pretty. You understand? Okay. Now, Let's get back to it. I didn't realize I was still on it. My bad. Okay. Here we go. Presentation mode. Okay. This is so deep. They didn't teach you this in school. They want you to remain an ignorant black person. The comparison, the Abydos Passion play at the Eternal for Stella is called by Brockett, has a great many similarities to the cycle plays of England, but specifically 4 similarities that can relate to our definitions of theater. Both concern religious texts, the cycle of birth and death and rebirth, as well as the audience in general, and traveling to sacred spots in the city in which the event is happening. It's almost as if you're saying, as above, so below, as in Kemet, as in so in Christianity. It's the exact same analogy, which can represent the idea that life is a journey in a cycle. Although the length and scope of the dramas vary widely, they all dealt with the same basic subject matter: God's ordering of the existence as revealed in the Bible, the apocryphal legends about biblical figures, and saint writings of the church fathers and collections of sermons. The cycle plays had imitations, as Plato and Aristotle have defined it. Many biblical figures were played by guild members who were urged to be worthy of their role. Now that's deep. In the Christian aspect of it, the white folks in England, you really had to be on your shit to be a part of this. When the cycle plays were being performed, everyone had the day off, and they all participated to show their loyalty to the church. This was demonstrated by receiving communion in the morning in order to prepare them for their service. This action saved all those who participated, as it represented Christ's atonement for all mankind. So people were getting saved. Hold on, stop, because we're talking about white history now, white Christian history. How come ain't nobody else teaching you this? Because it's boring. Okay. They're talking about white Christians in medieval Europe getting saved, doing these plays. And you think that this had nothing to do with Kemet? What do you think was happening at the plays in Kemet? At those cycle plays? When you don't know your own history, people can appropriate it, put a new coat on it, and give it back to you and tell you it's something new, something unique. Do you know that the number one claim to fame for Christians is the uniqueness of their religion? You got to be psychologically something wrong with you. With all of these parallels. I wouldn't call it the earliest form. Maybe the Dionysian festival from the 5th and 6th century BC might be the earliest form of cultural and religious appropriation, at least by the Greeks, right? So let me continue. All right. Yeah, I'm definitely not here to please everybody. I'm here to please, I was like, huh? Okay. Here we go. Let me come here. All right. So where am I? Okay. Here we go. So they talk about them being saved here. This action saved all those who participated, as it represented Christ's atonement for all mankind. Therefore, the Christian cycle plays included something sacred and mythical of religious action. But the desired results were to save the person and thus change them. Does that make it ritual? Brockett defines the cycle plays as a less elaborate secular theater. Although the cycle plays are also referred to as religious plays, they are on the same page referred to as secular drama. The word ritual is not applied to the cycle plays. I figured out why he's bored, Real Juicy News, because this is an actual university page. This is a university paper. This is not for junior high school brains, okay? You will never see the light of day of something like this if I don't show it to you. The word ritual is not applied to the cycle plays. Neither is it even mentioned. But according to Schechner's definition, these plays should be categorized as ritual, especially since the participants, players, and viewers were reenacting sacred time. The Kemetville Stella is also about a religious function. This festival was held in honor of the god Osiris at the Osiris temple in the sacred city of Abydos. The text is this description of the Osiris festival procession run by the temple priests. So now they're telling you what you're reading about on the stela. That's why they say the text is the description of the Osiris festival procession run by the temple priests. So they're saying when you see this text and you're reading the inscription, they're talking about what's going on in the Osirian festival at the Osiris temple in Abtu or Abydos, or another name for this, Thinis or This or Thini. Okay? But you know all of that already, bunch of geniuses. The text is a description of the Osiris festival procession run by the temple priests. And they quote from the text, I made the hour priests of the temple diligent at their tasks and made them know the ritual of every day. When the Colonel Frey, the prince, count, royal seer, bearer, sole companion, steward of the gold house, steward of the silver house, overseer of the treasury, wrote his stela, it was after surveying the works for the preparation of the Osiris feasts. He also does such things as clothing the god in my office of master of secrets and acting as his beloved son, acting as his beloved son for Osiris. Okay? The son of the father. In order to do these things, he must have been a priest. Talking about Eternal Frey. Because he had to have access to the temple. Only priests had access to the sanctuaries where some of these rites would have been performed. Not only did Eternal Frey perform rites as a substitute for the king, but so did the king. Sethos the First, or Seti I, is himself represented as Osiris, and this play was also enacted by the priest. The scenes would have included the reenacting of the events of the life and death of the god. Okay, the Europeans just removed the, and they just put reenacting of the events of the life and death of God, right? This text fits Plato and Aristotle's definition of theater because of the actions of the priest and Eternal Frey himself, as well as fulfilling the investigative, judgmental, sacred, and supernatural part of Turner's definition. But Schechner's definition does not fit. So she's making the distinction between two experts on what theater is and what it isn't, what the cycle plays are and what they're not. Under Schechner's definition, theater is fun, but results come from ritual. These words apply directly to the Eternal Frey Stella, define it as having no theatricality because its purpose is to effect resurrection. These words apply directly to the Eternal Frey Stella, define it as having no theatricality. Why? Because the purpose of the stela is to effect resurrection. So you had Africans in Kemet 1,200 years before the Dionysian plays. Forget about the cycle plays. 1,200 years before the Dionysian plays in the 6th, 5th century BCE. They already had a religious, what's the word I'm looking for? Schema. They already had a religious schema in Upper Kemet dedicated to the resurrection of the individual. Okay? Right here. These words apply directly to the Eternal Frey Stella, define it as having no theatricality because its purpose is to effect resurrection. But there was great fun during the revelry of the procession, which means that it does meet the criteria for theater. Because why? They were having revelry at the procession. Kind of like the way black folks in Louisiana do. They party at the funeral. Because black folks don't change. They're the same. All right. Okay, here we are. Hold on. Let's go through. Shetland's definition would venture to suggest that these two men are not playwrights, an obvious fallacy. Exactly. Both of these men wrote plays during the time of the Commedia. Read that again. Both of these men wrote plays during the time of the Commedia dell'arte, 1545-18 to the 18th century. Goldoni started writing plays that addressed issues in order to bring about change while also making the people laugh at moral jokes. Gozzi wanted to stick to the traditional Commedia dell'arte form, which was by this time empty of any substance and existed only to make the audience laugh. So Gozzi had more emphasis on vulgar laughing moments, dell'azzi, which is the principle of Commedia dell'arte. He also tried to raise the audience's level of morality by trying to offend with his plays and vulgar jokes. The controversy in this example was about the levels of morality versus tradition. But the fact is that both men were trying to increase morality while allowing the audience to enjoy themselves. Oh, that definitely heavily meets the criteria of theater. Are these men not considered playwrights then, because their work desired results as well as fun? Shetland's definition would suggest that they are not, and it would therefore also suggest the Eternal Frey Stella is not theater, for it too was performed with specific results in mind. The major theme and intention of the Eternal Frey Stella is resurrection, which comes after the experience of life and death, forming a cycle of life, death, and rebirth into a life very similar to the one experienced here, but glorified. The Eternal Frey Stella does not tell us about Osiris's birth. We learn about it from other sources explaining the Osiris myth. From one such book as this, we learn that, from one of those books, it is thought by scholars that the acts mentioned on this stela, the Eternal Frey Stella, are given in the right order, since they are compatible with what is known of the Osiris myth. Ain't nobody ever told you about the Eternal Frey Stella. Ain't nobody ever told you about cycle plays. Ain't nobody ever showed you the parallel between the cycle plays and the Eternal Frey Stella. Nobody ever. I mean, this is what you call value. You know, this is value because you can't get this anyplace else. Let me continue. Stop playing with you people. It is thought by scholars that the acts mentioned on this Eternal Frey Stella are given to the right order, since they are compatible with what is known of the Osiris myth. The ceremony was performed for the benefit of the deceased king and for the external, let me read that again. The ceremony was performed for the benefit of the deceased king and for the eternal resurrection, are you ready, of all worshippers of Asar. I'll read that again. The ceremony was performed for the benefit of the deceased king and for the eternal resurrection of all worshippers of Asar. Wow. I just had to stop for a second. Hold on. Let me stop. All right. Stop sharing for a second. Are you joking? That's a joke, right? I'm going to assume that that's a joke. I'm assuming. Hold on. Well, it's not that outside. Hold on. No. Well, the answer to your question is no. Let's see here. No. Oh, come on. You're getting off topic, Blue Star. Get back in lane. You're getting off topic. Okay. Here we go. Share screen. Okay. No, I'm going to stop it. All right. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stop here. It's 2:20. I'm going to stop here, and we'll pick it up tomorrow. Okay? I give you my word. I'll come back, and we'll finish it. This presentation is a bit lengthy. It's not as lengthy as my normal ones. I can't see how many pages it has, but it's got a few. So here's what we're gonna do. We are going to resume tomorrow. I'll come back, and we're gonna get to the bottom of this. And the reason why this is important is because of this, Kemetville. So what people have to realize is this, particularly about me. My journey took me to a certain place in coming up with Kemetville. And one of the things that I had to do, like I've never done before, is I had to study film. I had to study the world of film. I had to figure out what I was doing. What am I going to do? And I usually don't understand things until I see them in their comedic context. So the more I studied, the more I came to see that certain things about this medium called show business or film, whatever you want to call it, as a person of African descent who subscribes to classical African civilization, that's where I personally need to get my definition from it. You know, very important. So part of the reason why I'm building in and out is because what I drink is very rich. And I probably should not have drank it while I was on air. I won't make that mistake again. Because now my body wants to digest it. And when that happens, the blood rushes from your vein to your digestive tract so it can squeeze up. Wow, that's a really that's a big compliment. I really appreciate that. That's a high esteemed compliment, very much so. To even be mentioned in the same breath. So let's see. Yeah. So I need everyone to please go to the description of this video and just look around, click on the links, and just follow the prompt wherever it takes you. There are no long funnels there, so you click on it, you just go to a page. But it would really mean a lot to me if you clicked on it. Yeah, because it's important that you do. So click on those links and let's get it. Okay, I will be back tomorrow. And hello, my name is Shakka-Ahmose, and I'm your curator for the channel. I will be back tomorrow because my body's so bad it wants to being reposed. So, oh, that felt good. I'm just straightening, cracking my spine. So, be here tomorrow. That would really mean a lot to me, so that we can continue with this, the African Black origin of acting and theater. So you're getting a face of it now, you know. In fact, I'm probably going to back up a little more tomorrow, just so I know. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. What page am I on? Let's see. Yeah. Page 11. Because I ain't got no more in me. You know. And you could tell any of those persons who were offended by you could tell any of those persons who were offended by the nature of this presentation, that there's some things that need to be known. You know, I can tell you this much: after this presentation, you won't ever be able to say you didn't know. And I don't think I won't ever look at another film the same, knowing that the way that theater reached Europe had everything to do with what we were already doing in Africa, in Kemet, in Upper Kemet, Shamu, I think it is, right? So, okay. So, with that, guys, meet me here tomorrow. I appreciate the love. And we're going to finish up. You guys go get some rest. I'll be back here. In the meantime, go to the website, Shakka-Ahmose.com. And just continue to support, man. That like support really matters. Oh, and don't forget to subscribe and click the like button, please, because it y'all already know the algorithm. You know, as Black folks, we got to come hard against these algorithms, or they'll bury what it is that we have to say. Okay, so we're gonna finish up tomorrow, or later today, I should say, and I'll see you guys in a little while. Just take a break, marinate on the things that I exposed you to. And think about the implications, you know, what they mean. What is a cycle play? Go look it up, right? What is the eternal phrase Stella? Go look it up. So when I come back, who knows, you may have a commensurate understanding as I do. So with that, Uncle Justin Ebb, middle, that you have my love and blessings of the evening, and I will see you tomorrow. Come with your thinking caps on. No stupid people allowed. Well, that's not true. I'm stupid. You got to be able to laugh at yourself. All right, people. I will see you upon the morrow. Absolutely, because I'm out. I'm tired. I've reached my capacity. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely.